Today, as promised, we have the premiere of Dr. Ashish Jha, our new White House COVID response coordinator, in the briefing room. Dr. Jha will be talking about two important pieces of work in our we are working on with Congress. First, expanding access to life-saving COVID-19 treatments, and second, our urgent need for funding from Congress. He has time just to take a very small number of questions today, but he will come back soon, I'm sure. So with that, I will turn it over to him, and then we'll proceed with an oral briefing.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
All right, well, it's great to be with all of you. A little exciting and a little scary to be in this crowd. So I want to take a minute to talk about where we are with the pandemic. I believe we are at an inflection point. One hand, we know that BA2, the subvariant of Omicron, has become dominant. Cases are rising across the country. But hospitalizations are at the lowest level of the pandemic, right? And deaths are continuing to fall. We're down to about 300 deaths a day. Still too many, still too high, but doing so much better than we have throughout much of this pandemic. Despite all of that progress, and I think a lot of that is driven by the fact that we've more than 200 million Americans vaccinated, more than 100 million Americans boosted, we know this virus is tricky. We know that the risk of potential surges, even of a potential new variant, remains out there. The good news is we are at a point where we have a lot more capabilities, a lot more tools to protect the American people. Testing, vaccines, therapeutics, these are the sort of the pillars of how we manage the rest of this pandemic. And that's why what I want to do is spend some time talking to you about those tools, about our capabilities, what we're doing as an administration, and what we need from Congress to continue to protect the American people. So first I want to talk about Paxlovid, the therapy that is becoming increasingly available to the American people. For those of you who have not followed this very closely, Paxlovid became authorized by the FDA in late December. At that point, there was just a very limited supply of these pills. The clinical data suggests that it has an enormously beneficial impact, reduces hospitalizations by more than 90%, and is very, very effective at preventing severe disease. Over the last few months, the administration has worked very hard with Pfizer to increase the supply of Paxlovid and acquire more and more doses for the American people. And now our job is to make sure that these doses are getting out there and they're getting into the hands of patients who would benefit from them. So what are we doing? And I want to talk about four major things. The first is we are opening up the number of sites that can order directly from the federal government supplies of Paxlovid. Until this recent change, the way pharmacies got Paxlovid, either you were a test to treat site or you got it from your state. But now we're opening up a federal pharmacy channel, and what that means is pharmacies can order directly from the federal government. Currently, there are about 20,000 sites in the United States that carry Paxlovid. We expect with this change that we will very quickly get to 30,000, and within the next couple of weeks, I expect us to get to about 40,000 sites. Paxlovid will be widely available everywhere in America. That's going to help a lot. The second is the president announced the test to treat effort that we have launched. Right now, there are about 2,200 test to treat sites across the country, and we are going to make a series of efforts to expand the number of test to treat sites, including new federal initiatives that will allow for us to build on other federal testing sites to allow for those to also have a treatment component. So if you test positive, you can go and get treated with Paxlovid, of course, if you are eligible and deemed so by a provider. Third is we really are doubling down on our communication and education efforts with physicians and other prescribers. In the beginning, when Paxlovid first became available, the word on the street was these things are now widely available. You should restrict it to the highest risk patients. Too many physicians still have that mindset. And what we need to do is to help American physicians and nurse practitioners and others who can prescribe understand that we now have plenty available. And anybody who is eligible, anybody who's high risk, should be getting Paxlovid, obviously as long as they meet the clinical criteria. And so that education campaign is going to be really important. And then last but certainly not least is we're ramping up our public awareness campaign so that patients also understand that if they test positive, they should consider going to a test-to-treat site, or reach out to their physician, but to get assessed for whether Paxlovid would be useful for them. Those are all really critical steps that I think are going to make an enormous difference in getting more Paxlovid out to the community, to getting it out to patients, and with a very simple goal, right? Which is we want to lower the severity of the disease that people get if they get infected, and we want to lower the hospitalizations, we want to lower deaths. Paxlovid is a really important step in our ability to fight this pandemic. Treatments like these, vaccines that we have developed, these are the key essential tools that we're going to need to get through the rest of this pandemic. And that's the second part of the conversation I want to have with all of you. Because all of this requires funding from Congress. So far, Congress has not stepped up to provide the funds that are needed for our most urgent needs. Now, I know they were off on a 2-week recess. They are back. I'm looking forward to working with Congress, we all are, to get the funding needs of the American people met on this, on the issue of COVID and COVID treatments. Let me give you a couple of concrete examples of what will happen if we do not get the funding we need. You may have heard, if you've been tracking this, that FDA, working with Moderna and Pfizer, looking at what the next generation of vaccines may look like. And it is possible that we may get a whole new generation of vaccines in the fall or winter that may be more effective and more durable. None of those are going to be available to the American people if we don't get more funding. We are tracking new treatments that are coming online that are as effective, maybe even more effective, with fewer side effects. Those treatments will not be available to Americans because other countries are stepping up and making purchases for those treatments while we await funding from Congress. The bottom line is that none of us can predict with any certainty where exactly this pandemic is going, what the virus is going to do next. All we can do is prepare. And that's what we need Congress to do, is to help us prepare and be ready for whatever eventuality comes. Let me make one last point that I think is incredibly important. And that is that there are some people in this country who sometimes think that we can take a domestic-only approach to a global pandemic. That's not a thing. You can't do that. If we're going to fight a global pandemic, we have to have a global approach. That means we need funding to ensure that we're getting shots in arms around the world. The president and his leadership has enabled us to now have plenty of vaccines for the world. But vaccines don't save lives, right? Vaccinations do. We have got to finish the job. We've got to get the resources we need to get shots in arms so we can actually vaccinate the world and help bring this pandemic to a close. So those are the essential things that are in front of us. This will require a partnership between the administration and Congress. I am confident that Congress will deliver for the American people, and I look forward to working with them on that. Thank you.
Every time a high-profile person like the Vice President catches COVID for attention on the infection, for Americans following that news, what lessons should they draw from that experience that somebody as protected as her has caught COVID?
Yeah. Good question. So I think if you take a step back and look at the Vice President, she is boosted, actually twice boosted, right? We have a very, very contagious variant out there. It is going to be hard to ensure that no one gets COVID in America. That's not even a policy goal. The goal of our policies should be, obviously, minimize infections whenever possible, but to make sure people don't get seriously ill. The best ways of doing that are making sure people are vaccinated and boosted, as the Vice President is, and making sure we have plenty of therapeutics. So, so that is available as well. And that, to me, is the key lesson here.
And is she receiving any therapeutics, since we're on the topic of therapeutics?
That's a conversation that she's having with her physician. I'm not her physician. I'm not privy to those conversations, so I don't know the answer to that.
Thank you, Dr. Shah. Welcome to the briefing room, by the way. To your point that so many Americans can and will get this report that just came out today that 60% of Americans it appears have had COVID. The president is getting ready to ramp up his travel schedule. The vice president just caught it. She's twice boosted. Should Americans be prepared for a time when President Biden gets this? Is it just a matter of time that the president could get COVID?
I wouldn't say it's just a matter of time, but of course it is possible that the president, like any other American, could get COVID. The bottom line is he is vaccinated and boosted. He is very well protected. He's got very good protocols around him to protect him from getting infected. But there is no 100% anything. And I think the key focus has got to be we got to continue protecting the president. That's what the protocols around him are designed to do. Yeah, let me leave it at that.
Tam?
Yeah, part of the congressional funding is to potentially deal with the uninsured fund that has run out of money. What does the uninsured fund not having any money in it mean for Paxlovid? Or if someone who's uninsured gets COVID right now, what does that mean for them?
Yeah, so first of all, Paxlovid itself will be free, right? Because
they have to see a doctor? Or?
But they have to see someone who can actually prescribe it for them. And this is one of the absolutely critical things in a pandemic, is that people need to be able to access healthcare. Turns out it's also critical not in a pandemic, right? Particularly in a pandemic with an infectious disease, it's really important that people be able to access healthcare services, get the care they need. It's good for them, it's good for people around them. And so making sure uninsured people have access is absolutely critical.
So right now, what does that look like? If someone gets COVID and they're uninsured, are they able to get treatment? Are they able to get tests? Or does CVS just eat the cost? How does that work?
So I think right now, because we don't have the funding, there's a little bit of patchwork of what is happening. There are obviously places that serve uninsured people, community health centers, others people can get care. There are still people are still going to CVS and other places that still are offering those services, but that's not a sustainable solution, right? So right now we're in this kind of middle ground where people are still getting care, but over time, if Congress continues to not fund these urgent priorities, it's going to get harder and harder for people to access care.
Kristen?
Thank
Kristen has to
you.
be the last one too. I apologize. I'll be back soon. Go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Shah. Thank you so much for being here. Just a couple of questions. One, can you tell us, was President Biden tested today, and has he tested negative? Do we know the last time he tested negative?
I don't know. I'm not involved in the president's testing protocol, so I just don't know the answer to the question.
He was tested yesterday and tested negative.
Okay, thank you. On Paxlovid, I just want to be crystal clear, because you're trying to expand access to it, but you still say if people meet the medical requirements.
Yeah.
Does that mean that Paxlovid should only be taken by people of a certain age and who are immunocompromised, or that it should be taken by anyone who has symptoms?
No, so neither. FDA has laid out a very clear set of criteria for who should get Paxlovid. The FDA wants to CDC assessment. It's a long list, but of course age is important, presence of chronic diseases. But the bottom line is that, and what I am recommending to family and friends is, if you get COVID, you should see a provider and make that assessment with your provider. A lot more people are eligible and would benefit than I think people think.
And just very quickly, can you help us to understand this moment that we are in? Because on the one hand, cases are going up, particularly on the East Coast. As you have said, hospitalization and deaths are going down. But is the country in the midst of a surge?
What I would say is, we are going to see cases go up and go down during this pandemic as we head into the weeks, months, and years ahead. The key things that we need to be following are our healthcare systems getting stressed. Are people ending up in the hospital with severe illness? Obviously, are people dying at high rates? Those are, in my mind, the most important metrics. And right now, while infection numbers are rising, and of course we all want to see infection numbers coming down, the good news is, because of the extraordinary work of this administration, we've got Americans much better protected. And that means that we're not seeing a huge bump in hospitalizations. The deaths are still declining. Obviously, we want to continue tracking those metrics.
Thank you, Dr. Shah. You're invited anytime.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Okay, a couple items at the top. Today, we announced this morning that during Second Chance Month, President Biden made a number of announcements focused on second chances and reentry, which, as leaders on both sides of the aisle recognize, will help prevent and reduce crime and strengthen our communities. The president announced 75 sentence commutations and 3 full pardons. All of these individuals were convicted of non-violent drug offenses, and many have been successfully serving their time on home confinement. He also announced more than 20 major actions from a dozen agencies to expand second chance opportunities. This includes a first-of-its-kind partnership between the Department of Justice and the Department of Labor to invest $145 million in job training and intensive reentry in federal prisons. It also includes steps that will make more incarcerated students eligible for Pell Grants, make it easier for those who were incarcerated to enroll in Medicare, and help formerly incarcerated veterans get their benefits restored. As we speak, Susan Rice, Dana Remus, and Cedric Richmond are holding a virtual roundtable with 6 formerly incarcerated individuals to discuss the President's first clemency announcement, the new reentry policies and programs we announced today. Today's announcement marks important progress, and we will continue to review, the President will continue to review clemency petitions and deliver reforms that advance equal justice and public safety. Also wanted to note that today, Secretary Austin, you may have seen, hosted a meeting of the Ukraine Defense Consultative Group with ministers of defense and chiefs of defense from more than 40 countries at Ramstein Air Base in Germany. The goal is to bring together countries from around the world for a series of meetings on the latest Ukraine defense needs to help Ukraine win the fight against Russia's unjust invasion and to help Ukraine's defenses for tomorrow's challenges. As Secretary Austin said, it was an important and constructive day. Agenda topics included near-term priorities and longer-term planning, the latest battlefield assessments of the renewed Russian offensive, establishing a framework for prioritizing requirements and logistics for resupply, and energizing the defense industrial base to continue the steady flow of security assistance. More than 30 countries have now stepped up to meet Ukraine's urgent needs and have committed more than $5 billion of equipment, including $3.7 billion from the United States, to support Ukraine's defenses. We also wanted to welcome an important announcement by our German allies today to send Ukraine some 50 Cheetah anti-aircraft systems. We would also highlight the British government's announcement yesterday that it will provide Ukraine with additional anti-aircraft capabilities, and Canada's announcement that it will send Ukraine armored vehicles. I believe that's it. Why don't we jump around to people who didn't get questions initially? Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Quick question on Dr. Zhao talking about cases going up and the VP testing positive. Can you talk a little bit about whether the administration and society as a whole perhaps have moved away a bit too quickly from mitigation efforts such as masking? And is the administration perhaps thinking about strengthening any of those measures, especially the ones that were loosened?
Well, those decisions and those recommendations are made by the CDC and our public health officials, so I don't have anything to preview for you. Those are decisions that they make, and we obviously abide by that from here. I'd remind you that their recommendations include are based on what zone of the country you live in, right? Whether it is a green zone, yellow zone, or a zone that has a higher rate, and they continue to recommend masking on transportation, that we abide by that from here as well. So I don't have any changes on that to preview. But as Dr. Zhao noted, our focus, and as we noted when we rolled out our 100-page plan, continues to be on tracking and reducing hospitalizations and deaths. And we're certainly aware that with a very transmissible variant, that we expected there could be a case increase, as we've seen over the last few weeks with BA2.
So even in the regions that are witnessing a surge, I mean, there are no discussions that perhaps you can talk about what these latest sort of surge in cases could potentially.
Well, but masking requirements change depending on what the numbers look like in your community.
Right, okay. And a quick one on the EU. Reuters is reporting that the EU plans to declare that it is entering a new sort of post-emergency phase for COVID. Given sort of the uptick in cases in the US, I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about that timing. I mean, is that unusual, or do you think it is the right time for countries around the world to be headed towards that goal, and if the US is perhaps considering announcing something similar going forward?
You mean an end of the emergency? I don't have anything to preview. Again, those recommendations are made by our public health and medical experts, so we rely on them for their guidance on that.
And can I ask one on Ukraine?
Sure.
Just earlier today, the announcement from Germany on a new package for heavier weapons. That obviously comes, as Russia has said that such assistance would lead to a nuclear war. And it sort of seemed like the U.S. was brushing off Russia's recent nuclear threat. And I'm wondering if the administration, to what extent is it really taking this latest threat seriously?
Well, I think you heard some of our national security officials make clear there's no winning a nuclear war, and obviously our objective continues to be to call on reducing the rhetoric and taking the rhetoric on that front down, and I think there have been some officials who have abided by that. But I would note that the announcement by Germany is in line with announcements we've seen by a number of European countries in providing assistance they have never before provided, which is part of the significance here. So this is an unprecedented change to provide lethal aid to another country, and that's the significance here from Germany. But I'd also note that Norway provided Mistral anti-air missiles, that a number of countries have provided types of assistance that they have never done in the past, and that really speaks to the unity of NATO, of European countries, in confronting what we see as, of course, a horrific war in Ukraine launched by the Russians. Go ahead.
Is it possible that there might be any updates to protocols, COVID protocols, within the White House in light of Vice President Harris testing positive for COVID?
I would not expect that, no.
So there have been no discussions, and you don't expect that?
Oh, I think it's important to remember that we have stringent protocols here that go over and above CDC recommendations, even as it relates to how long you stay at home if you test positive. So individuals who test positive for here, and I can speak to this 2 times over, there you go. You don't return to work until you have received a negative test. If that is before 10 days, you are still going to be masking. That is beyond what CDC protocols are. There's a regular testing cadence. Obviously, the Vice President was tested this morning because of that regular testing cadence. And for the rest of us, anyone who's going to be around the President, to travel with him, to see him in the Oval Office, is tested that day. And even if you're not going to see him, you're on a regular testing cadence around here. We also take the step to socially distance in meetings as frequently as we can. And also, a number of us have chosen to wear masks in meetings as well, just as an additional step in protocol. So those have been in place prior to today, and we will continue to abide by those moving forward.
And just on a different topic, Senator Manchin told reporters this morning that there is not a Build Back Better revival. He said that social spending programs he believes should go through a regular order, not through the reconciliation process. I wondered if you could explain, just from the White House's perspective, how you all are thinking about reconciliation versus regular order in terms of wanting to get done some of the president's top legislative priorities.
Well, you've heard the president say many times that he believes that a lot of the objectives he has should be achievable through bipartisan work together. It's not Democrats Democrats shouldn't be able to own efforts to reduce prescription drug costs or the ability to negotiate the price of prescription drugs, nor should we be the ones completely owning on our own efforts to lower the cost of childcare, healthcare. Those aren't Democratic ideals. Those are proposals that are broadly supported by many Americans across the country. So we know that Senator Manchin has, of course, talked about his efforts to pursue a bipartisan package or bipartisan plan as it relates to energy costs, and we're not going to prejudge that effort, but we're going to continue to engage with a broad range of Democrats, including, of course, Senator Manchin, about how to get the president's agenda done.
Is there anything you can tell us about the president's schedule today? There wasn't anything publicly announced. Is he in touch with members of Congress, particularly since they're coming back this week?
I expect he will have a range of conversations and engagements with members of Congress. He also has a range of internal meetings, policy meetings, planning meetings. There's nothing more I can preview on that from here, but if there's more I can tell you after the briefing, I'm happy to do that. Go ahead, Rija.
Ms. Jen, I'll start with something else Senator Manchin said, since
Sure.
we were just talking about him. He said today we need an immigration policy, and Title 42 should not be done away with until we get an immigration policy, or until the CDC basically says we no longer have a health crisis. What does it say about the communication with members of the president's own party that Senator Manchin believes that Title 42 is an immigration tool.
Well, I can't speak to that necessarily. I can tell you that what it is and isn't. It is not an immigration tool. It is a health authority, and one the CDC, our health experts, of course, do have authority to make a decision about. And they've made the decision that the conditions no longer exist to keep Title 42 in place. We do agree with him. Absolutely, there should be an immigration policy, and there should be immigration reforms, and they are long overdue, and we'd love to work with him and any other members on moving that forward.
Does it concern you that he's saying that Title 42 should not be done away with until there is an immigration policy?
Well, that's just not how it works. Obviously, Title 42 is, the authority was given to the CDC by Congress. They made a decision. If Congress wants to decide, make any decisions about the next steps for Title 42, they can work together on that, but that is an authority or a decision that would have to lay in the body that he works in.
Right. And then
go ahead.
a follow-up on what Dr. Jha said about test to treat sites.
Yeah.
What is the administration doing to expand those sites, including converting some testing sites to have a treatment component? What are the challenges to that, and do you have any time frame for when you expect to ramp up those facilities?
Yeah, it's a really good question. We shall probably have to talk to Dr. Jha and others from the healthcare team about it, and next time he'll take more questions, I promise. You're right, there are some challenges, just like any aspect of applying COVID policy or COVID treatment policies or COVID efforts to fight COVID policies, in that we have to educate a large swath of the public, including healthcare providers, about how this works or how it would work. There's continued efforts to do that, but I'm happy to check with them on expansion plans or how that might work.
One more quick one on vaccines for children under 5.
Yeah.
The group Protect Their Future is just one of many groups that are urging the FDA to consider Moderna's application for an EUA before June, which is when Pfizer will also submit theirs. What is your response to these groups who are concerned that it appears the administration is doing Pfizer a favor by waiting to consider both Moderna and Pfizer at the same time, when Moderna's data is already ready for review by the end of this week?
I'd really point you to the FDA for their decision-making process, but I would tell you that, of course, as a parent of a child under 5, I am eager to have vaccines approved and available, and I want to make sure they go through the proper protocols and process. But I would point you to the FDA.
And on clemency,
Yeah.
there are 18,000 petitions pending for clemency.
Yeah.
Does the president plan to increase his pace of consideration, as he talked about possibly doing? And also, is there consideration of a permanent clemency review process that would kind of institutionalize this process going forward?
Well, first, it's important to note that the president has issued more sentence commutations at this early point in his presidency than any of his last 5 predecessors at the same point in their first terms. So we are far ahead of any of the last 5 presidents. That is because this is a priority to the president, and as I noted at the top of this briefing, he feels this is, second chances are important, and he believes this is absolutely a right step in our justice system. He's going to continue to review clemency petitions, and that is going to be an ongoing process that is, of course, run through our counsel's office. So it doesn't stop here. It will be ongoing, and there will be more in the future.
Thank you, Jen. On Title 42, we've heard you guys say that this is a public health order, it's not an immigration order, it's the CDC's decision. But yesterday, members of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus who met with the president relayed some of what he expressed in that meeting. And one of them said that the president told the group that he was looking forward to lifting Title 42, describing it as an excuse to keep people out of the country and anti-immigrant. Is the president really wanting Title 42 to go away because it was a Trump-era policy?
Well, the president has never felt that Title 42 was an effective immigration policy, and he talked about that during the campaign. But the authority has always always rested in the CDC to make that determination. And he left the CDC to make that determination, unlike his predecessor about a range of decisions. So the president has never made a secret of the fact that immigration reform is necessary, and that Title 42 was never a replacement for comprehensive immigration reform. That would put in place smarter security, that would ensure there was an asylum processing system that worked, and that is something he would be eager to work with anyone on to get done.
So if this conditions warranted it, would the White House want to see the CDC reimpose Title 42 in the instance that cases are up and the metrics that they use to measure that warrant that decision?
Well, the CDC, again, has the authority to make a determination about what the health conditions warrant. So we will leave it to them to make any decisions or recommendations.
And then with the vice president being out, obviously she's broken a lot of ties for votes. And then we have Senators, I believe, Wyden and Murphy also out. Is there any concern about ability to get confirmations through this week with her absence?
Well, I would say there are also some Democrats who have announced that they have also tested positive for COVID. You may be referring to the Federal Reserve nominees or others. That is something that members and leaders will work through in Congress. We are confident we have the votes to get them confirmed. We're eager to have them in place. But of course, we need all members there to do that.
And I have one follow-up on Dr. Jha, something that he said earlier. Sure. We've talked about the administration surging resources to the border, including resources to vaccinate migrants. And the last time I asked about this, I believe your answer was something along the lines of, we have enough funding and supply to take care of the 23 sites that DHS is going to be running to get migrants vaccinated and also take care of uninsured Americans. But it sounded in his answer like that might not be the case anymore. So are we in a place now where there might be a choice where people would have to choose, or the administration would have to choose between supplying resources to migrants coming across the border versus taking care of uninsured Americans?
I'm happy to check on those resources, Jackie. I would say that our broad concern about COVID funding is based on a couple of issues that he talked about. One of them is making sure that we are ahead of the world on being able to order ahead, primarily, a lot of different treatments that will help ensure that we have the best vaccines, the best boosters, enough supply once individuals under 50 are eligible. And certainly we want to keep all of our programs running across the country.
And I just have one more on the Hunter Biden reporting that we've seen come out. Does the president still maintain that he never spoke with his son about his business dealings? And given this reporting on Eric Schwerin, does he also say that he has never spoken to his son's business partners about his son's business dealings?
He maintains his same statements that he's made in the past. I would say, I know you're referring to Waves records that were released more than 10 years ago. I really don't have more detail or information on them. I'd note that there was a gap when Waves records were not released, but I don't have more information about visits from more than 10 years ago. Go ahead. Oh, well, let me go around to people who haven't got, go ahead. Okay.
Oh, thanks. Two questions on the war on Ukraine.
Yeah.
First of all, on food aid.
Yeah.
Does the administration have any idea of how much money you'll need yet for global food aid, given the shortfalls due to the war on Ukraine?
Sure. So let me first say that we are not expecting a food shortage here at home, but we are acting to bolster food security around the globe, both unilaterally and in conjunction with allies and partners. One of the steps we're taking is we're really conducting extensive diplomacy to encourage all countries to refrain from export restrictions and excessive stockpiling, obviously buying up or not exporting goods or products they would normally do, because it can exacerbate supply chain challenges and price inflation. And we want to consider how to expand production of key areas where we could see that happening: oil, seeds, and associated commodities. We're also working through multilateral channels, including the G7, to provide a range of funding to the Global Agriculture and Food Security Program. A $1.7 billion multilateral financing mechanism is part of what we've done there that has helped the world's poorest countries increase investments in agriculture and food security, as we're anticipating anticipating global shortages in some regions of the world. And through Feed the Future and new nutrition commitments, we're also committing over $11 billion over the next 5 years to address food security threats and nutrition across the globe, in addition to the over $4 billion in humanitarian assistance funding. So we've taken a number of steps, funding mechanisms, multilateral financing mechanisms, also contributing and trying to use through diplomatic channels, efforts to prevent stockpiling and decreasing of exports, because we anticipate it could be an issue, and we're already seeing that in some parts of the world.
Okay, so no idea what the global overall total would be for how much food aid?
I don't think we have a prediction of that at this point. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to get ahead of what we anticipate being a shortage or an impact in some parts of the world, and working through multilateral mechanisms to help address that, even as we don't foresee it being a food shortage issue here.
Natural gas. Russia says it's going to cut off Poland starting tomorrow, which is a pretty big escalation by Russia. Is the administration concerned that Gazprom might cut off other European nations from the natural gas supplies, and is the U.S. going to do anything to help Poland make up for shortages there?
Let me check and see if there's anything specific to Poland. What I can tell you, and we've talked about a little bit in here before, is that for the last several months and even prior to the invasion, we have been working to increase natural gas supply and options to European countries that have been reliant on Russia for natural gas supply in anticipation of the possibility of this happening or a decrease in what they're providing. So some of that has been asking some countries in Asia who have excess supply to provide that to Europe. We've done that in some cases, and it's been an ongoing effort, but I can see if there's anything specific for Poland given this recent announcement. Go ahead, Matt.
Thank you. Two questions on the pardons. Pardons and commutations. There were 3 pardons. 2 of them were for nonviolent drug offenses. Can you talk at all about sort of what it was about those 2 cases that stuck out to the president, given that there are a lot of people who applied for pardons that have similar circumstances and didn't receive a pardon today? Is there anything about those 2 that are emblematic of anything that is on his?
Sure. Well, I think many of you reported on these cases and the compelling nature of their personal stories. But I would note that his focus at this point in time was on individuals who had less than 4 years to serve. A number of them, a good percentage of them, and I can find the exact number in here, are also already under home confinement currently. And this is, again, just the first step, and he will continue to review clemency requests and petitions over the course of his presidency, and certainly in the coming months.
And then, in addition, there's a large backlog of people who have applied for pardons and commutations. And given that, was there any denials in this first wave? Is he denying anybody a pardon or commutation?
It's a good question. I'm happy to check with our counsel's office and see, or if it was just this was the first round that was granted through the process. Go ahead, Cheryl.
2 questions, Jen. First, following up on Dr. Shah, he said that he talked about global funding for the coronavirus pandemic.
Yeah.
Republicans have said that they want that money offset. So does the administration intend to propose ways to offset that $5 billion, or do you think that's a lost cause? And second, the president has a number of crowded events coming up on his calendar, a couple of funerals, the White House Correspondents' Dinner, and in light of the Vice President's diagnosis, can you talk about the calculations that the President is making in thinking about whether to attend these kinds of events, and also whether he has any special obligation as President to keep himself
Well, in the first question, Cheryl, we're not quite there yet. I mean, we have requested 22.5 in the past, and obviously that is where our emergency request will be moving forward for the short-term needs that we have. This has been past COVID funding, as you well know, has been passed through emergency authorities where it hasn't been offset, and we certainly think that's reasonable, but we're at such the early stage of this process, having not even sent it up to the Hill yet, we're going to have all of those conversations about how to move it forward. On the second piece, what I will tell you is that we make risk assessments here, just like every American does, and as it relates to, of course, keeping the president safe and all of us safe. Now, naturally, he has access to the best health care in the world. He consults closely with his doctor. We take a range of steps, I noted in response to MJ's question earlier, that go beyond even most workplaces in the country in terms of required testing for those who will be around him, social distancing. Obviously, he has his own regular testing cadence. But we do make assessments, and he makes assessments about when he feels it's important for him to attend or participate in an event. And you mentioned two of them. Obviously, this weekend, he'll be attending the White House Correspondents' Dinner. It's an opportunity to honor the work of all of you and many of your colleagues, and to talk about the importance of journalism in the world. That's an event he's attended many times in the past, and he made a decision through consultations that it was an event he could attend and wanted to attend again. And obviously, former Vice President Mondale is someone he had an important personal relationship with. He wanted to attend his memorial service. Obviously, these discussions are always done through our scheduling team, the COVID team, to make sure we're taking every step possible. But just like many Americans, he makes risk assessments. And I would say the last piece, which you didn't ask about, but people asked about in here as well, is he's been traveling the country more recently. He was traveling 3 days last week, and we, and of course, coordination with the president, made a decision that was vitally important to him, to his presidency, to the American people. And certainly that's one of the reasons we want to be very clear that it is possible he could test positive for COVID, that just like any American, even though he's double boosted, that is possible. We will, of course, be very transparent about that if that were to take place.
Do you have time for a few more questions? We're told you have a...
Yes, I do. Go ahead. Yeah, and then I'll try to go to the back. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks, Jen. Multiple outlets, CBS and Washington Post, have reported today that in yesterday's meeting with the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, that President Biden signaled that he was prepared to use executive authority to cancel student debt in the coming months. Can you confirm that this was something relayed to them by the president, and why? What exactly is the president considered doing when it comes to student aid debt?
Sure. Well, let me use this opportunity to reiterate that nobody has paid us a penny in federal student loans since the president took office. And what we've said from here is that, and what he reiterated is that he will make a decision before there's an end to that pause. Right now, it's been extended through August, and we have talked about how we are looking at, and he is looking at, other executive authority options he has to bring relief to people who have student loans. So that's what he conveyed during the meeting yesterday.
Well, regarding using executive action, though, I mean, is that something, a step now that the president is seriously looking at?
Well, we've talked about that in the past, so he's continuing to look at it.
And then lastly, going back to Vice President Harris's positive test for COVID, is the White House trying to determine exactly where and when she would have been exposed to COVID? Is the assumption that it was during her trip to California last week? And is the White House and the Vice President's office doing any effort to contract trace in order to maybe notify people during that lengthy trip to who she might have ran into?
Just like for anyone who tests positive around here, we do contact tracing so that people are aware if they should take additional measures or precautions, whether it's masking or getting additional PCR tests, and we're certainly doing that in light of the Vice President's positive test as well. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. I wanted to ask if the White House had any reaction to that court case that put the temporary block on Title 42 being repealed. And then I have a follow-up question about Vice President Harris.
Sure. Well, things sometimes happen when I'm out here, but before I came out here, they had only done kind of the verbal briefing as of last night. So I'm not sure if has there been a new development or that. Okay. So what I will tell you is that the Department of Justice will need to review kind of any rulings before commenting, and that was verbal. There'll be something more formal as our expectation, and they would discuss any next legal steps or interpretation of the ruling. So we'll leave that to them, and we'll see if more comes out today.
And then Vice President Harris, do you know the last time she was tested prior to this morning? And is there any therapeutics that she's taking?
So she's on a regular testing protocol, just like the president. I can certainly check and see that information. And then, as Dr. Jha referenced, she would consult with her doctor on any treatments. Go ahead, Nadia.
Thank you. On foreign policy, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan is supposed to meet with his Israeli counterpart tomorrow. The Israelis have made it publicly known that there's disagreement with the White House vis-a-vis Iran and going back to the negotiation. Can you update us, first of all, why he's coming here, what's on the agenda? And I have another question.
Sure. Well, they consult regularly. I would say, as you know, the president had a fruitful conversation with Israeli Prime Minister Bennett just a couple of days ago. And so this is a follow-up to that conversation, and they'll discuss a range of regional and global security issues. And part of that, the president, when he spoke with Prime Minister Bennett, they also talked about a range of global and regional issues, and Prime Minister Bennett extended an invitation for him to visit Israel, which he accepted and will do. We don't have a date yet to announce. They also talked about the Iran nuclear deal negotiations, which we keep the Israelis briefed regularly on. So certainly that could be a part of this conversation as well.
Also, Secretary Blinken this morning testified at the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. He said that breakout time for Iran is weeks away. He blamed the previous administration from withdrawing from the deal. Does this worry the White House that we're talking about 2 weeks that Iran could actually develop a nuclear weapon?
Yes. It definitely worries us. I would say that if we go back, under the Iran nuclear deal, Iran's nuclear program was tightly constrained and monitored by international inspectors. And since the Trump administration seized U.S. participation in the deal, Iran has rapidly accelerated its nuclear program and reduced cooperation with international inspectors in non-performance of Iran nuclear deal commitments. So, as you noted, what Secretary Blinken said during his testimony this morning was that their breakout period is down from about a year, which is what we knew it was during the deal, to just a few weeks or less. And certainly that is a direct impact of pulling out of the nuclear deal, making us less safe, giving us less visibility, and it's one of the reasons we pursued a diplomatic path again when the president took office. Okay, April, last one. Okay, April, last one. Go ahead.
Hi, Jen, 2 questions.
Sure.
Really fast.
Going to the back.
When it comes...
Tomorrow's a new day. Go ahead, April.
All right. Hello, this is April. I'm sorry. Jen, the 2 questions. On Haiti, what are the conversations? Can you shed light on the conversations about the Haitian immigration issue as Title 42 is set to end next month? And also, as the Vice President has tested positive for COVID, and it is in the realm of possibility as the President is traveling, if he gets COVID in this moment, what is the line of succession if both of them are very ill with COVID at this point?
Well, technically, the Speaker of the House is the third in line, so there you go.
Sure.
No, I'm just confirming that for you. It is true, as we've noted many times, it is possible the President could test positive. We will be very transparent with you. If that were to happen, he has access to the best health care in the world, and we believe, because of all of the precautions and steps we have taken, that he would be able to continue his duties as the Vice President is as well as Vice President. So I don't have any prediction of that at this point in time. In terms of your first question on Haiti, tell me a little bit more about what you mean.
The way I understand that there has been a conversation, or various conversations, to include at the UN here, about how do you handle the Haitian migrant issue when Haitians are being sent back and then you're bringing other refugees in. And I'm hearing that there are conversations around the administration about how to handle once Title 42 ends.
I would have to dig into this a little bit deeper. And as you know, there's TPS, right, that has been granted for a period of time. So that is something that Haitians who have been here at from a certain point in time have access to. Beyond that, our focus, though, is, of course, on continuing to be the largest provider of aid and assistance to Haiti, ensuring we can take steps there to lead in the world, encouraging other countries in the world to take steps as well. Beyond that, maybe we can talk after the briefing and I can find out a little bit more about Jamin. I will go to the back tomorrow first thing. Thank you so much, everyone.
Jen, Americans continue to suffer on high gas prices.
Welcome everyone. To those with whom I've been traveling, welcome back. Welcome to everyone else. Welcome to those in the last row. I just want to call out, we have some members from colleagues from our operations center who are here to observe today's briefing. Obviously, our operations center is really a nerve center for the department. We were just saying that many of us literally could not do our jobs without the operations center. So appreciate them being here, and even more so appreciate the work they do every single day. I have a couple things at the top, and then we'll get to your questions. First, to meet the Secretary's goals to modernize American diplomacy, win the competition for talent, and ensure that all applicants can present a full picture of their qualifications, the Department of State today is announcing improvements to the Foreign Service selection process. The department is moving away from the Foreign Service Officer test as a pass-fail gateway test and expanding focus on a candidate's education and experience for a more holistic approach in the selection process. Starting with the June 2022 Foreign Service test takers, all candidates will proceed to the Qualification Evaluations Panel, or QEP, where their performance on the Foreign Service test will be one factor taken into consideration along with the personal narratives that they'll submit during the registration process. Combined with scores from the Foreign Service exam and the Qualification Evaluations Panel, which reviews each candidate's work history, education, experience, and 6 brief written narratives based on Foreign Service core precepts, that will give the department a more balanced view of candidates who will be selected for the next phase of the selection process, the Foreign Service oral assessment. This change is happening in the midst of what is expected to be the best year for Foreign Service intake in a decade. I think many of you saw the news earlier this month that we had the largest class of incoming officers, more than just under 200 officers, and we expect this year to be the best year for our intake in a decade. It is the most significant change to the Foreign Service selection process since 1930, and we anticipate this change will result in identifying a more qualified pool of applicants. Next and finally, the United States is deeply concerned by the Tunisian president's decision to unilaterally restructure Tunisia's Independent High Authority for Elections, ISIE. A genuinely independent election authority is critical given its constitutionally mandated role in Tunisia's upcoming referendum and parliamentary elections. The United States has consistently communicated to Tunisian leaders the importance of upholding the independence of key democratic institutions and ensuring Tunisia returns to democratic governance. We remain committed to supporting the Tunisian people in their democratic path and renew our call for an inclusive and transparent political and economic reform process with civil society, labor unions, and political parties represented. With that, happy to take your questions now.
Thanks. Ed, just first briefly on the FSO testing. You're aware that this is not a universally employed test, correct? That there is particular gaps against students. What seems then will their concerns
we are in a regular discussion with outside groups, including, of course, in this case, AFSA. AFSA is an important organization. Their input is and will be especially valuable on these types of decisions. I am also aware, Matt, that the previous, or still the current process, also endured some criticism, given a narrow focus on pass-fail foreign service exam that didn't take into account the applicant's holistic qualifications, what that person has done, that person's educational experience, that person's individual circumstances. We are confident that this restructured and revised process will help us select an applicant pool that is qualified, that is experienced, and that brings to bear the talents and diversity that this country offers. We still need various metrics to measure potential new colleagues against. So the Foreign Service exam will continue to be one such metric, but we're going to look at a more holistic picture.
You would equate this to colleges and universities no longer requiring SAT or ACT scores for incoming students, or
Well, look, we are gratified that we have, and especially in recent months, received a tremendous amount of interest in this department. And with so many applicants, thousands upon thousands of applicants, we need various metrics against which to weigh applicants. So the SAT example is somewhat analogous. I'm not sure it's a perfect comparison, but just as the SAT is done.
But if you're getting so many more applicants, wouldn't you think that it would be more important to have a pass-fail on rather
think
than letting everyone go to everyone who takes the test? They all go. Doesn't that just bog the process?
Not at all. We think it is important, again, to be able to measure different aspects of a candidate's qualifications. The Foreign Service exam will continue to be one input.
Right. On Ukraine, and I'll be brief. Two things. One is, I realize that Secretary Musk spoke kind of this earlier, but what you're seeing in Moldova and Transnistria right now, does that give you any particular concern? And then also, yesterday it came to light that the Russians have launched attacks on several train stations in the western Ukraine. I'm just wondering if there's any indication that you guys have that this might have been related at all to the two secretaries' train journey in Kiev.
When it comes to Transnistria, Matt, you are right. The Secretary of Defense addressed elements of this morning. But as I believe you've heard, we are aware of the explosion that occurred yesterday in Transnistria. We're closely monitoring the situation as we determine what happened. We reiterate the Moldovan government's call for calm in response to these incidents, and we fully support, as you have heard us say before, Moldova's territorial integrity and sovereignty. We respect its constitutionally guaranteed neutrality. We don't know all of the details beyond regarding what transpired yesterday, but we do remain concerned about any potential attempts to escalate tensions. I would just reiterate that over the past, in recent weeks, certainly since Russia's invasion of Ukraine, you have seen us demonstrate the partnership we have with Moldova in a number of ways. Some of you here in the room today were with us when we went to Chisinau with Secretary Blinken just a few weeks ago. We know that if left unchecked, Moscow's aggression could become a threat to the region. That's why we're not leaving Moscow's aggression unchecked in Ukraine. It's also why we are standing with our partners in the region, including all of our Moldovan partners. Since February 24th, since Russia's renewed invasion of Ukraine started, we've committed more than $30 million in humanitarian assistance to support the humanitarian response in Moldova. As you know, Moldova is generously hosting many Ukrainian refugees who have been forced to flee their homes, and $100 million in development assistance to strengthen Moldova's long-term democratic and economic resiliencies. Our militaries work closely together. They cooperate in places as far off as Kosovo. We were, as I mentioned just there, a few weeks ago. And last week, we relaunched with Moldova our strategic dialogue, a dialogue that had been on pause for several years. Moldova is a strong partner. We are working to make sure that they have what they need to respond to the regional consequences of Russia's aggression against Ukraine. Yes, sir.
I want to ask you about Elon's comments last night. Not understood that we need something else to respond very briefly about this, but especially we've heard this from Russians in quite some time. The last thing that we heard politically was the Burns said in his speech, always ready, but in talking to Secretary Louise today, he talking about nuclear threat, which is what he said yesterday. He said the Russians have now turned nuclear deterrence on its head, using the nuclear threat against conventional data rather than, as it had been, used for decades as a short destruction of its two nuclear powers. Ask them more broadly about how concerned you might be as Russia may feel easily formed into this next phase. And as the weapons is obviously so from the West, should we just have to do the right consequences to follow this?
Sure. Let me start with that one first. So we have seen in recent weeks a pattern of bellicose statements, and whether you call them statements, whether you call them bluster, whether you call them propaganda, this has become a pattern. These certainly are provocative statements. We think they are deeply irresponsible. We deem them to be a continuation of the Russian government's very clear attempts to distract from its failure in Ukraine, to distract from the brutality that it is perpetrating on the Ukrainian people, to distract from its apparent unwillingness to negotiate in good faith, and to distract from its history against its neighbors. They have at every turn sought to deflect responsibility for their actions by attempting to shift blame from where it resides, and that of course is with the Kremlin, to other parts, whether that is to Ukraine, whether that is to NATO, whether that's to the West, whether that is to the United States. Director Burns referenced this, as you mentioned, in Atlanta. We've spoken to this before. We think loose talk of nuclear weapons, nuclear escalation, is especially irresponsible. It is the height of irresponsibility. And it's a clear contradiction of what the Russian Federation has confirmed and reconfirmed on any number of occasions, including with the UN Security Council statement that emanated earlier this year, that a nuclear war must not be fought and can never be won. That is a statement we heard from Moscow during the Cold War. It's a statement we heard from Moscow after President Biden's meeting with President Putin last June. It's a statement that Moscow signed on to earlier this year. Now, that is not to say that even as we talk about this in terms of bluster, in terms of propaganda, in terms of provocative statements or bellicose statements, that we're not paying very close attention and that we're not thinking through various contingencies. We absolutely are. When it comes to potential nuclear escalation, of course, we are paying very close attention to Russia's activities, to what it's doing, to what it's not doing. You've heard from the Department of Defense that we are always evaluating our own nuclear posture, and at this point we have determined there is no reason to change our posture. You said you have follow-up.
Is there any, to any extent, do you think that Secretary Austin saying that our goal was to weaken Russia so that we never again invade, or Secretary Clinton saying that Ukraine is winning and that Ukraine would be a sovereign independent nation without our government going after Islam? Is that in any way provocative or putting together a change in leadership to be not just helping Ukraine to defend, but helping Ukraine with the recovery as well? I know today we're hearing that Senator Romney is all crazy, crazy so far, said with the caveats of
I have to say, I've been a little bit surprised by the surprise that I've heard expressed regarding Secretary Austin's comments. This is a point that we have made for some time now. We have said for months that we intend to make this invasion a strategic failure for Russia. They have endured tactical defeats on the battlefield. They have lost the battle for Kyiv. They have lost a large number of Russian service members, Russian equipment. You look at Russia's economy, Russia's financial system. They are well on the path to strategic defeat. And one of our goals in seeking to ensure this outcome has been to ensure that something like this couldn't happen again. And that's precisely what Secretary Austin was referring to. It is precisely what Secretary Blinken was referring to some 6 weeks ago. The middle of last month, as I recall, he did an interview with NPR, and he made a couple of points then. He said, one of the things we're doing is denying Russia the technology it needs to modernize its country, to modernize key industries, aerospace, defense, high-tech, energy exploration. All of these things are going to have profound effects, not just the immediate effects we're seeing, but increasing and growing over time. You went on to make a second point. We'll want to make sure that they, Moscow, to make sure that anything that is done, in effect, is irreversible. And this can't happen again, that Russia won't pick up and do exactly what it's doing in a year or 2 or 3 years. So this is a point that we have consistently made. Not only that this will be a strategic defeat for Russia, a country that has, on an unprovoked, unjustified, brutal basis, invaded its neighbor, and that continues to rain down terror on its neighbor. But we've also made the point that we want Ukraine to win. And that is why we have a strategy that has these two principal prongs. Number one, we are doing everything we responsibly can to help Ukraine defend its sovereignty, its territorial integrity. We have contributed billions of dollars to this effort, more than $3.8 billion worth of security assistance since the invasion began, about $4.5 billion since the start of this administration. And as I alluded to before, the other prong is what we are doing to hold Moscow to account. And that includes the sanctions, it includes the export controls, it includes the visa restrictions, it includes everything that you've heard from us that places accountability on the decision makers who were responsible for this invasion in the first instance, and all of those in their inner circle and the circles surrounding them, who in some ways have supported this disastrous decision. And that is something that we will continue to do. Yes?
Thank you. Can I just follow up on that?
Let me do one follow-up and Riley, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just,
Riley, go ahead.
okay, I'm just curious, you said that Russia as well in the past was strategic defeat. Can you expand on that idea a little bit for us? Because you talked about them militarily not doing well and hope that they won't be able to invade Ukraine or another country again. But what does strategic defeat mean for the Russian economy, for Russia's place in the world going forward, and some bigger ideas beyond the military?
Well, that's precisely what it refers to. You can talk about battlefield progress or lack thereof. And that, of course, is important when it comes to the fight for Ukraine's freedom, its sovereignty, its territorial integrity. But when we talk about strategic defeat, we're talking about Moscow's positioning in the international system. And the Moscow that prepared to invade and that on February 24th went forward with its invasion will not be the same Russian Federation in terms of its positioning on the world stage. That will emerge when this conflict is over. And we mean that in a couple different ways. One, you can already see the toll on Russia's economy and its financial system. It's an economy that is forecast to contract by some 15% this year. It's an economy that is losing hundreds, some 600 multinational companies that have made the choice to leave the Russian marketplace, either not wanting to in any way support President Putin's war machine, or making the very strategic decision that it's not a market that will be worth the investment, either now or when this is over. You've seen what's happened to the Russian stock market, to Russia's currency, but you've also seen the toll that you will see over time increasingly. The toll that the export controls have on Moscow's ability to wield strategic influence on the world stage, and the way in which we are choking off key inputs to Moscow's defense industry, its aerospace industry, its technology, its energy and its oil and natural gas exploration capabilities. All of those things, coupled with the pariah status that President Putin has on the world stage, and the diplomatic isolation that Moscow has endured especially since the start of this invasion, where it has seen itself handed really brutal defeats at the UN and being an object scorned by the international community. All of those things add up to the simple fact that because of Moscow's unprovoked, unjustified invasion against Ukraine, not only will Ukraine emerge sovereign and independent when this is over, but Moscow will emerge weaker. And we're already seeing that. And many of these are tools that will have increasing effect over time.
And just one quick follow-up on that. Moscow will emerge weaker for the long term, or when this war comes to a conclusion, will they be given the opportunity to rebuild themselves? Will you guys keep the sanctions in place, or will you take the sanctions off?
So these are decisions that really are in Russia's hands. Our sanctions, every sanction, is not an end in itself. It is a means to an end. And the end, in this case, the near-term end, is seeing an end to this bloodshed, putting an end to this violence, bringing this war to a conclusion. So we've made the point that as long as Moscow escalates, we will escalate with our sanctions, with our economic measures. If Moscow changes its course, we will change our course. Now, that's not to say that there won't have to be accountability. Of course there will have to be accountability. We've talked about various accountability mechanisms. We also want to see to it, again, as the Secretary said some 6 weeks ago, and Secretary Austin alluded to yesterday, that something like this type of aggression, can't be repeated, whether that's in days, weeks, or months, or years, from the conclusion of these hostilities.
Yes, there's a problem with this very extension. It's like 3 months, years, and so on. So this war can go on indefinitely. I mean, to achieve this defeat of Russia can go on.
No, that's not what I was referring to. What I was referring to is that we want to see to it that Moscow's aggression of this nature, can't be repeated once this conflict is over, whether that is weeks after the conflict ends, months after the conflict ends, or years after the conflict ends.
You keep saying that they're losing on the battlefield, they are controlling that, controlling maritime, controlling the east, and controlling the south and so on. Not exactly what you're thinking. And the Russian thing they're doing is that we have good relations with China, we have good relations with India and so on. Sure, they're quiet and the rest, but not.
Relations with no other country, even particularly large countries, will be able to replace what Moscow has lost and will have lost by its actions and the response that, together with dozens of countries across 4 continents, we put in place. So no relationship, no set of relationships will be able to compensate for what Moscow will have lost and stands to lose. To your first point, there's no denying, of course, that Moscow has a lot of firepower. They have demonstrated not only the capability, but I think even more disturbingly, a willingness to brutalize the Ukrainian people. Our goal is to see to it that this conflict, this war, Russia's war against the people of Ukraine, is brought to a close as soon as can be achieved, precisely to put this violence to an end, to put the bloodshed to an end, to put the brutality to an end as well. Well,
you mentioned that one possible right matter of fact, the propaganda that we're talking about is very commercial. Russian media is government, and then secret agenda was today. And there are also saying that Russia today, in fact, changing those meetings. And President Putin made the same in response to this dialogue talking about already having money all his hands. The question is, do you think the world leaders' communications with Russian leaders should be a precondition with getting out of Ukraine first before they commit?
We believe this war has to be brought to a close through dialogue and diplomacy. And we've consistently said that we support diplomatic efforts that are done in full coordination, in the first instance with Ukraine. That's most important because these are not choices that will be the purview of any other country, any other international organization. The Ukrainian government, an expression of the will of the Ukrainian people, ultimately is going to have to be the entity that makes decisions that affect its country going forward. So whether it's the efforts of the Turkish government, of the German government, of the Israeli government, of the French government, of other governments who have used their good offices or offered their auspices for dialogue between the parties or attempted to shuttle between Russia and Ukraine, we support those efforts as long as they're done in full coordination with our Ukrainian partners. Yes.
Thank you very much. One question is about the secondary sanctions. This is something Sanctions today's hearing in the Senate. As the lead phone calls suggested yesterday, the sanction reduction will work because one of the major architects of this war, Mr. Yevtushenko, control just reaches man or even should control the influences from the shadow. They are figuring out ways to bypass the sanctions and secure the supply of vital grain products to Russia. Yevtushenko himself inferred the authenticity of this conversation in terms of social media. Based on these leaked phone calls, David Arpaia is a leading Ukrainian politician who chairs the negotiations with Russia, and he appealed to Western leaders to consider lifting personal sanctions on the trigger and his assets in the West. Does the U.S. track or assess these phone calls, the conversation, do you have any assessment on that, and what would be your response to that, the greenhouse for imposing secondary sanctions of those countries or institutions who are helping Russia, Belarus, and bypass these issues?
So I'm not in a position to speak to any reportedly leaked phone call or to confirm the authenticity or not of what you're referring to, but a couple points. Not only have we leveled sanctions and other tools against those who are responsible for the Kremlin's decision to go into Ukraine, those in Russia, those in Ukraine. But last week, we announced a large tranche of sanctions against those responsible for facilitating sanctions evasion. And so sanctions evasion is something that we're taking a very close look at around the world, whether that's in Russia, whether that's in Belarus, whether that is anywhere else around the world. And I think our actions last week demonstrated that we will go after those networks, those entities, those individuals who are willfully, deliberately, systematically evading or helping others to evade these sanctions. Of course, I'm not in a position to preview sanctions on any individual or any specific entities, but it's something we're taking a very close look at. Yes, Jane?
Thank you. I have implications on South and North Korea.
Sure. Before we go on to another region, we'll take a couple final Ukraine questions. We need to, Connor?
Just after Secretary Bush announced, Monday, that the state department will return some diplomats to Lviv this week. Can you confirm whether or not that has started today and if they successfully returned back to Poland?
I can confirm that. The Deputy Chief of Mission and members of the embassy team traveled to Lviv, Ukraine today, where they were able to continue our close collaboration with key Ukrainian partners. Today they met with interlocutors from the Ukrainian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. As Secretary Blinken announced yesterday, our diplomats are returning and have returned to Ukraine this week on a temporary basis. Today's travel was a first step ahead of more regular travel in the immediate future. And as we've said, we're accelerating preparations to resume investigative operations just as soon as possible. We are constantly assessing and evaluating and reassessing the security situation with a view towards resuming those embassy operations as soon as possible, again, to facilitate our support to the government and people of Ukraine as they bravely defend their country.
Urgent Ukraine meeting, what took so long? It's been over a year into this administration to prioritize this relationship. Why did it take so long to get the nomination?
Well, the fact is that we haven't had, unfortunately, an ambassador in Ukraine in several years now. Of course, we will not go into why we didn't have an ambassador there in the first place. But there are processes both within our government and coordination with the host country government, in this case our Ukrainian partners, that are a prerequisite before we're in a position to announce a nominee publicly. In this case, we've been gratified to hear of the reception to her nomination. Of course, we've heard a very positive response from our Ukrainian partners. And today, for those of you who are watching Secretary Blinken on the Hill, you heard again their Congress, who we hope will be in a position to take up for nomination very shortly.
No one voted yesterday.
Today was the first day.
Yeah, so vote for those who then will go on Monday.
Today was the first day that we had embassy officers. Correct, yes. Let me take a couple. One more question on Ukraine? Simon, let's move around.
The Secretary has spoken on health today about the war entering a different phase. And obviously this is something we've discussed in the Ukrainian officials. In terms of what new weapons are required by the Ukrainians for this new phase, you spoke about howitzers and artillery. Are there any other types of weaponry that they're particularly asking for, and you're considering any more sophisticated systems?
Well, I think I would start by saying that we've already provided sophisticated systems directly, or facilitated the provision of sophisticated systems directly in response to what our Ukrainian partners have been asking for. And it is a regular staple of our engagement with our Ukrainian partners that they update us on their particular needs. And those needs are different now than they were in the earliest days and hours of the invasion, because as you alluded to, Russia's aggression is shifting from its initial ambitions to take the capital city, its initial ambitions to engage in successful urban warfare, to now the campaign for the south and the east. And so as Russia's war aims have shifted after they've been defeated in their initial aspirations, the nature of our assistance has changed as well in terms of the capabilities and the systems that we are providing. When Secretary Austin and Secretary Blinken met with President Zelensky and his team in Kyiv on Sunday, there was a discussion of the battlefield and precisely what implications that battlefield holds for Ukrainian needs. You heard from Secretary Blinken in the aftermath of that we had, we're going to be in a position to provide hundreds of millions of dollars more in FMF, foreign military financing. This is separate and distinct from the presidential drawdowns that you've heard us put forward in previous weeks, but it is equally useful, and in many ways it gives our Ukrainian partners flexibility in terms of what it is that they are procuring from the United States for their defensive needs against this Russian aggression. Secretary Blinken also announced more than $150 million or so in terms of ammunition. The Department of Defense has talked about the artillery, the systems that the Ukrainians have requested for the battle for the Donbass. And I'll defer to the Europeans.
That's because of German tanks, which is primarily Germans. also limited using to do the export of the ammo needed for the attacks? Is there anything the U.S. can do that is supposed to try to smooth this out, given how long Ukraine has been waiting for the
Well, Germany has been an important partner, an important member of the coalition that we put together, not only in recent weeks, but over the course of recent months. And we welcome Germany's announcements over the course of months that it will increase defense spending, bolster defense capability and readiness. Its announcement that it halted the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, and its transfer of lethal assistance and now heavy weaponry to Ukraine. These bold moves, we think, will strengthen Germany's role as a leader in global security, in line with its diplomatic, economic, development, and humanitarian influence in Europe and around the world. It's not for us to speak to specific systems or assets or capabilities that any other country is providing, so I'll leave it to our German allies to speak to what it is precisely that they're providing, and I would have to refer you to the Swiss government for any discussions between the two governments. Yes?
George stated that in every peace mission, and it's a very limited, having the same amount of people that in intense debates regarding these aspirations to become it's a consensus-based decision of election the people of government deserve to know how much longer there needs to wait to see if you talk will happen someday. Second question is, you say you understand your judge's position very well, but it's the fact that there are both some opposition members inside the country and also inside of our country who are trying to merge Georgia toward a decided leadership position on this. And this is happening in parallel to the ongoing Russian invasion. In our partner country, there was even talk of opening a second front in Russia, on Russia. And this is being advised to a country that's together with Moldova facing the greatest risk of being renewed Russian aggression. As you know, 20% of the country is kind of occupied by Russia. What objectives do you think this campaign for more radical stance and increased pressure on Georgian governments? This has been, as I said, inside of the country and outside opposition. And this campaign is permitted with so much disinformation to the so-called secret reporters that are paraded as scandalous or exclusive while the enemies.
Thank you. So on your first question, we have said for some 15 years now that we support Georgia's NATO aspirations. We believe that NATO's open door policy it should be an open door for those countries that aspire to join the alliance. We've also said that no outside entity can or should have a veto on any eligible country's aspirations to join the NATO membership. Now, as you alluded to in your question, the membership process is a process that is overseen by the alliance. These will be alliance decisions. There are a set of requirements that any aspirant country will need to fulfill before being eligible to be considered for full membership. But Georgia already is an important NATO partner. We have had close consultations with Georgia on the margins of the NATO meetings. And to your second question, and this bridges the two, we have consistently stood by Georgia and with the people of Georgia in their desire to be a free and sovereign people and a free and sovereign country. And over the years, from the earliest days of Georgia's post-Soviet independence, we have now developed a strategic partnership between our countries. We work together towards our shared vision of a Georgia that's fully integrated into the Euro-Atlantic family of nations, and part of a Europe that is whole, free, and we would hope at peace. And this is a vision that takes hard work, it takes patience, it takes significant resources to realize. That's why we have sought to do our part. We have allocated almost $6 billion in assistance funds to Georgia. We've trained over 20,000 Georgian soldiers. We've sent over 6,000 people to the United States for cultural and educational exchange programs. We've helped promote economic growth, the rule of law, democratic governance, many other initiatives that are important to the Georgian people and their aspirations, but important interests of ours as well. And so we'll continue to partner with Georgia on their aspirations, on their ambitions, and to protect what they've been able to achieve. Jane, over to you.
Thank you very much for the North Korea. Clarifications also North Korea. North Korea really Kim Jong-un mentioned the empty use of their nuclear weapons at a military parade in Pyongyang yesterday. Regarding Kim Jong-un's emphasis on the use of nuclear bombs, rather than dialogue or abandoning the nuclear program. How can you assessing the protect the future dialogue?
Well, to start, your reference to Kim Jong-un's speech yesterday at the military parade, we're aware of what he said. It reiterates our assessment that the DPRK constitutes a threat to international peace and security and to the global non-proliferation regime. We have a vital interest, together with our allies and partners around the world, but especially those in the Indo-Pacific, to deter the DPRK, to defend against its provocations or its use of force, to limit the reach of its most dangerous weapons programs, and above all, to keep safe American people in the region, our deployed forces, and our allies, Japan and the ROK being two of them. Our goal remains the complete denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. As you've heard me say before, and as recently as last week, we harbor no hostile intent toward the DPRK. We do remain open to engaging in diplomacy and dialogue with the DPRK with an aim of achieving progress towards that overall objective. But we also have an obligation to address the recent provocations that we've seen from the DPRK, including its two recent ICBM launches. We have an obligation to enforce the UN Security Council resolutions that are in place. Those are obligations that we'll continue to work on very closely with our allies in the region, with our partners in the region, and with our allies and partners at the UN. And it goes without saying, of course, that our commitment to our treaty allies, Japan and the ROK, is ironclad and remains that way.
Second question, according to a recent exchange of personal letters between South Korean President Moon and North Korean leader Kim Jong-un, in this letter, North Korea contains preconditions for dialogue with South Korea. What is your assessment of the sincerity of Kim Jong-un's personal letter?
It's not for me to assess the sincerity of anything that has come from the DPRK. What we've said before is that we support inter-Korean dialogue, we support anything that de-escalates tensions and that moves us closer towards our shared objective with the ROK, and that's complete denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. Just
Thanks. Secretary Blinken was asked multiple times today about the Vienna talks and nuclear deal. He used very intricate language multiple times when it came to the FDO designation and it's specifying its source. Can you give us any updates on where those are? Is there anything scheduled, any meeting scheduled back in Vienna? And is that what's holding up the deal right now? Is it the FDO designation, the IRGC, or the IRGC first?
we don't have any travel to Vienna to preview. We are in close contact with the EU coordinator who continues to convey messages back and forth. We continue, as you heard me say just the other day, we remain hopeful that an agreement can be reached, but it can be reached only if Iran is prepared to conclude a deal without, for example, raising issues that are extraneous to the JCPOA. If that's the case, we believe that we can achieve a mutual return to compliance of the JCPOA in fairly short order. And that remains our goal for a couple of reasons. You've heard the Secretary speak to this today. It remains our goal principally because President Biden has a commitment to see to it that Iran is never in a position to acquire a nuclear weapon. And the fact is that while the JCPOA was in full effect from implementation day in early 2016 until May of 2018, Iran was verifiably and permanently prevented from obtaining a nuclear weapon. And again, when the JCPOA was in full effect, the breakout time, that is to say, the time that Iran would require to produce enough fissile material for a nuclear weapon if it chose to go in that direction, was about 12 months when the deal was consummated and fully in effect. Now, and the Secretary said this today, that breakout time is measured not in months, but unfortunately in weeks. And that is something that is unacceptable to us as a long-term proposition. That is why we continue to see if we can reach a conclusion, a mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA. But, as we said, we're preparing equally for either world, a world in which we have a JCPOA and a world in which we are forced to seek other means to be faithful to the President's commitment. Now, the challenge is, we've seen both of these worlds. We've seen what a world with a fully functioning JCPOA looks like, and again, that's a world in which Iran is verifiably and permanently constrained from obtaining a nuclear weapon with a breakout time that is extended. And we've seen a world without a JCPOA. So this is not a thought experiment. Unfortunately, there's been a real world experiment when it comes to the utility of the JCPOA. And in the world in which the JCPOA has been suspended, not only have we seen Iran's nuclear program gallop forward with the installation of centrifuges, the accumulation of nuclear material, various developments that would contravene the obligations under the JCPOA, but we've seen Iran that has acted with even greater impunity. We've seen an Iran that has enabled its proxies, that has supported malevolent groups and actors in the region. We've seen an Iran that has continued with its ballistic missile program. We've seen an Iran that has continued to be a deeply destabilizing force to the region. We believe that if we are able to put Iran's nuclear program back into a box, if we are able to contain what would constitute the greatest challenge we could face from Iran, the greatest challenge we could face in the region, that we will be more effective and better positioned to confront these other challenges that we face with Iran. So there's some distance yet to close. It's unclear if we're going to be able to get there, but it remains our assessment that mutually returning to the JCPOA would profoundly be in our interest, and we'll pursue that mutual return as long as it remains in our interest.
You mentioned yourself months ago that this wouldn't be open-ended, and talks have been going on for a little over a year. It's not an easy agreement to reach, but surely, and you guys have also been saying that the breakout time is a matter of weeks for now months. So how much longer do you guys wait? Because it seems like Iran has its demands now not passed.
Well, we're going to test the proposition of a mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA for as long as doing so remains in our interest. And the fact is that right now, Iran's breakout time is far shorter than we would like. Were we to re-enter the JCPOA and more precisely, were Iran to once again be subject to the most stringent verification and monitoring regime ever negotiated, that breakout time would be extended. So as long as the non-proliferation benefits that the mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA brings is better than what we have now, that will likely be an outcome that's in our interest. But again, we may not be able to get there because a negotiation, in this case, not only does it take two parties, but there are multiple parties in this, and there are complex questions, some of which remain unresolved.
Yeah, on this, Secretary seemed to suggest in his answers today that the State Department and he&I had made a determination that the threat was going to fail, especially level and continue.
on this, but we have an obligation that we take very seriously to provide protection to former officials of this building who may be subject to a threat. Now, I think you can understand why. If someone were in fact subject to a foreign threat, we probably wouldn't want to speak to that publicly, so as not to spotlight something like that, to spotlight measures we might be taking to mitigate any such threat. But you heard this from the National Security Advisor on January 9th, I think it was, of this year. He issued a very clear statement.
Yes, but after that, I don't remember that issue, but after that, you guys notified the police for $2 million for protection for these two officers. And also that decision had to be within 10 days of that notification, whether or not you were going to have to normally continue that protection. It sounded to me, said, that you had made that decision.
We notify the Hill of many things that we're not in a position to speak about. Let me move around. Just, yes, please.
Can I just follow up on everyone?
Quick follow-up on Ron. Okay.
Really, the Times video reported that the main officials are saying that the Americans have basically acknowledged the failure of the Vienna talks, and we're about to make that integration. Can you comment on that?
My comment would be precisely the answer that I offered to Joseph just a moment ago. That we are going to pursue a mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA as long as it remains in our national interest.
So then you really in this case wrong exaggerating?
It sounds like you're citing a press report that's citing anonymous Israelis, so oftentimes that is a recipe for information that may not be effective.
One more ground
Yes.
question. Sorry, I just want to build off what Joseph was asking you. Can you just explain to us how the breakout time has remained weeks for months now? It seems to indicate that Iran has slowed down accelerating its program, has done it more slowly than you expected it to. Is that the case? Can you just explain how we're in the same place we were in January?
Well, the breakout time is an assessment. It's an assessment based on our technical know-how. It's an assessment that is based on non-public sources of information as well. So there's only so much we can say on this. But I don't think it's fair to say that the Iranians are or feel constrained right now in terms of their nuclear program. And that's precisely why we are still testing the proposition of potential mutual return to compliance, so that they are constrained by the JCPOA. The constraints that are conveyed by the JCPOA in terms of centrifuges, in terms of amassing nuclear material, in terms of amassing heavy water, in terms of the Secretary did mention that he expected to have an opportunity in the coming days, coming weeks, to speak in a bit more depth to our approach to the PRC. I think what you're referring to when you mention our Indo-Pacific strategy, this was a strategy that Secretary Blinken laid out on a fairly memorable trip for those of you who were with us in Jakarta late last year, in December of last year. And our Indo-Pacific strategy, as the name suggests, is focused on the broader region, is focused on principally our partnership with the region and our shared vision with and for the region. It's a vision of a region that is centered on key elements. First, advancing a free and open Indo-Pacific in which problems are dealt with openly, rules will be reached transparently and applied fairly, goods and ideas, people will flow freely. Second, it's about forging stronger connections within and beyond the region on a bilateral basis or on a multilateral basis. We talk about Quad or stitching together our partnerships and alliances, if you were to talk about, for example, in AUKUS. Third, it's a vision that promotes broad base prosperity for the region, again, with us as a partner, knowing that the region is home to some 40% of global GDP. It's a region of opportunity, not only for the people of the region, but also for the United States. It's a vision that seeks to build a more resilient Indo-Pacific, resilience against COVID, resilience against climate change, resilience against shared threats. And finally, it's a region in which we seek to bolster security. And there are any number of threats, and when it comes to our assessment, our system of alliances and partnerships is the most important tool we have when it comes to confronting those threats. So it's a vision principally for a broader region. We've talked about our approach to the PRC. We've talked about the multifaceted relationship we have with the PRC, but I know the Secretary looks forward in the coming days to speaking a bit more about that. Yes.
And it's been 6 months since the 6 organizations were designated as that organization. And I've asked you this question before. So, and I know that you requested clarification and you received it. Are you satisfied that these organizations, these 6 organizations, are in fact engaged in terrorism? You know, because their funding has been stopped, the European Union is looking at maybe there's been experts today, even experts that said they should be funded with more evidence that they have engaged in terrorism. What are your assessment after they do this work?
As I've said for some time now, Saeed, our Israeli partners have provided us with information regarding the basis for their determination. That's information that we're reviewing. It's a process that can be lengthy because it's a process that takes place not only here in this building, but also across other departments and agencies across town. I can say more broadly that we've made it very clear to our Israeli government and Palestinian Authority interlocutors that independent civil society organizations in the West Bank and in Israel must be able to continue their important work. We value the monitoring of human rights violations and abuses that independent NGOs undertake in Gaza, undertake in the West Bank, undertake in Israel and elsewhere. And we strongly believe that respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms and strong civil society are critically important to responsive democratic governance. It's also important to note that we have already designated, we long ago designated the PFLP as an FTO. They've been designated as an FTO since 1997. And we've not designated, as you know, any of the 6 NGOs that the Israeli government did. It's also important to note we haven't funded this groups.
On these 6 organizations, they have conducted themselves only and performed human rights abuses, reporting on these society organizations.
That's something we're looking at.
In Israel, you very lengthy regulations dated February, but apparently took effect in May.
I'm not immediately familiar with them. If we have a reaction, we'll let you know.
Yeah, because it would require foreigners and then nationality require approval from the military officials at this before they can even present themselves to actually actually have also this will happen with that these waiver negotiations. Because as you know, one of the main sticking points now
Try and clarify something. The Indo-Pacific strategy that you were mentioning, I think the exchange that took place in Manila, and the Secretary was being asked about formal national security strategy in China, and your response just now seems to suggest that you will address this issue in the coming weeks, but there isn't a separate strategy in China that's clarified. He's going to address something in the coming weeks.
remarks on the PRC might be different from the Indo-Pacific strategy that the Secretary explained in December of last year. And so my answer was the fact that that was a regional strategy. It wasn't about any one country. It was about our partnership with the region, our bilateral relationships with the countries of the region, and the relationships we have bilaterally and multilaterally with blocks of the region.
Also, the Secretary will detail specific strategies.
The Secretary looks forward to speaking more about our approach to the PRC in that case. Very quick final question.
Yes, actually, two questions for you. First, to clarify what you just said in response to the conversation. You mentioned traveling. Are people going back and forth? Is it available to? Do you have any timeline of when the embassy in Kiev will be established? And what's the
They are making, for the time being, day trips into Lviv. That first day trip started today. As I said before, we are accelerating planning to reestablish a diplomatic presence at our embassy in Kyiv. It is something we want to do as soon as it is responsible for us to do so.
The second question on last week's meeting, there are reports that Zelensky handed over plan to cancel sanctions. It's about wrapping up sanctions against Russia and the neighbors. Are you in a position to confirm this?
Well, I think there are reports because in the Ukrainian government readout, it said that President Zelensky handed over a document regarding the Yermak-Nepal International Expert Group on strengthening sanctions. So sanctions enforcement, the next step in our sanctions against Russia and those who are enabling the criminals of war against Ukraine, that certainly was a topic of discussion, and we'll continue to coordinate closely with our Ukrainian partners on that. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for coming this afternoon. In a moment, I'm going to turn the microphone over to Secretary Austin, but just a couple of administrative remarks. The Secretary will have some opening comments, and then we'll have time for a few questions. I will moderate those questions from here. I will call on the journalists, and if you could limit your follow-ups if possible. So we've got a bit of a tight timeline this afternoon. So with that, Mr. Secretary.
Well, thanks, John. Good afternoon, everybody. It's been an important day and a highly constructive one. We've had some great discussions in the hall and a lot of rich interactions among leaders throughout the day. So let me again thank all of the ministers and the chiefs of defense and your teams for joining us today, especially my good friend, Ukraine's Minister of Defense, Minister Reznikov, and his delegation. It's great to see you. We're all coming away with a transparent and shared understanding of the challenge that the Ukrainians face. And I know that we're all determined to help Ukraine win today and build strength for tomorrow. The work that we've done together in record time has made a huge difference on the battlefield. President Zelensky made that clear when we met Sunday in Kyiv. And countries all around the world have been stepping up to meet Ukraine's urgent needs. And I wanted to especially welcome a major decision by our German host, as Minister Lambrecht announced just today that Germany will send Ukraine some 50 Cheetah anti-aircraft systems. And yesterday, of course, the British government announced that it would provide Ukraine with additional anti-aircraft capabilities as well. Today, Canada announced that it will send Ukraine 8 armored vehicles. And so that's important progress. We're seeing more every day. And I applaud all the countries that have risen and are rising to meet this demand. But we don't have any time to waste. The briefings lit today laid out clearly why the coming weeks will be so crucial for Ukraine. So we've got to move at the speed of war. And I know that all the leaders leave today more resolved than ever to support Ukraine in its fight against Russian aggression and atrocities. And I know that we're all determined to do even more to better coordinate our efforts. So I was especially glad to hear General Walters encourage us all to make more determined use of EUCOM's coordination mechanism. Now, to ensure that we continue to build on our progress, we're going to extend this forum beyond today. I'm proud to announce that today's gathering will become a monthly contact group on Ukraine's self-defense. The contact group will be a vehicle for nations of goodwill to intensify our efforts, coordinate our assistance, and focus on winning today's fight and the struggles to come. The monthly meetings may be in person, virtual, or mixed, and they'll extend the transparency, the integration, and the dialogue that we saw today. And let me underscore another key point. We have an important session today on the long-term support for Ukraine's defenses, including what that will take from our defense industrial bases. And that means dealing with the tremendous demand that we're facing for munitions and weapons platforms. And giving our staunch support to Ukraine while also meeting our own requirements and those of our allies and partners. But it also means redoubling our common efforts to strengthen Ukraine's military for the long haul. And I look forward to our discussions in the contact group and elsewhere about how to get that done right. Let me again thank all of the countries who came together today. They've done crucial work, and they sent a powerful signal. We're going to build on today's progress and continue to reach out to nations of goodwill to help Ukraine defend itself. And we'll continue working transparently and urgently with our allies and partners. And we'll continue pushing to support and strengthen the Ukrainian military for the battles ahead. So we leave tonight strengthened, and so does Ukraine. Thank you, and I'll be glad to take your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Our first question today will come from Sylvia Matone, AFP. Microphone.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary, actually I have a double question for you. Moldova is stepping up its security measures after a series of explosions in the separatist region of Transnistria. Do you think there is a risk of spillover of the conflict to Moldova? And my second question is, after this big meeting about arming Ukraine, are you concerned that Putin may become restless and threaten again to use a nuclear weapon?
Well, on the issue of spillover to Moldova, because of what we've seen here, reporting of recent violence, we're still looking to the cause of that. It's still doing an analysis there, so not really sure what that's all about, but that's something that we'll stay focused on. And certainly, we don't want to see any spillover, and again, it's important to make sure that we do everything that we can to ensure that Ukraine is successful, and that's the best way to address that. And your second part of the question there, Sylvia, was
about the risk for to threaten to use nuclear arms.
Well, you've heard us say a number of times that that kind of rhetoric is very dangerous and unhelpful. Nobody wants to see a nuclear war happen. It's a war that where all sides lose, and so rattling of sabers and dangerous rhetoric is clearly unhelpful and something that we won't engage in.
Our next question goes to Suzanne Geelhard from ZDF.
Mr. Secretary, what military aid do you now? Mr. Secretary, what military aid do you now expect from the German government, and do you think the delivery of Leopard tanks is sufficient in your opinion?
You mean cheetahs, which is what let me just say that, and I think you probably heard me say this before, as I visited Germany, I consider Germany to be a great friend and an ally. I've served in Germany as an officer and worked with German forces, and it's always been a real pleasure to work alongside our German partners there. Now, I think it's significant that Germany announced that it was going to provide 50 cheetah systems. I think those systems will provide real capability for Ukraine. And in terms of what else Germany will do going forward, again, that's a sovereign decision, one that the German leadership will make, and I don't want to speculate on that. I just believe that just based upon everything that I've seen in my interaction with the Minister of Defense and how intently she's been focused on making sure that she can do everything that she can to help and work alongside her partners and allies, that she'll continue to look for ways to be relevant and provide good capability to the Ukrainians as they continue to prosecute this fight.
Next question goes to John Esme, New York Times.
Mr. Secretary, yesterday you mentioned that one of the United States' goals in Ukraine now was to see Russia weakened. Can you explain more fully what that means, and specifically what do you want to weaken and how you would measure success in that regard?
Yeah, John, so I think we've been pretty clear from the outset. We do want to make it harder for Russia to threaten its neighbors and leave them less able to do that. Now, if you look at what's transpired here in this 62 days or so that Ukraine and Russia have been involved in this struggle here, Russia has, in terms of its land forces, the land forces have been attrited in a very significant way. Casualties are pretty substantial. They've lost a lot of equipment. They've used a lot of precision-guided munitions. They've lost a major surface combatant. And so they are, in fact, in terms of military capability, weaker than when it started. You know, John, it'll be harder for them to replace some of this capability as they go forward because of the sanctions and the trade restrictions that have been placed on them. And so we would like to make sure, again, that they don't have the same type of capability to bully their neighbors that we saw at the outset of this conflict.
Next question goes to Boots Spangeler from ARD.
Hello. How can we guarantee a safe and secure Ukraine in the future? Is it possible that Ukraine becomes a member of NATO?
That's, again, that'll be a sovereign decision. I think that NATO will always stand by its principles of maintaining an open door. So I don't want to speculate on what could come. I do believe that you know, in the future, if the possibility exists, I think Ukraine will seek to once again apply to become a member of NATO. But again, that's probably a bit down the road, and speculation at this point is not very helpful. I think the first step is to end this conflict, and I think you know, what needs to happen to cause the conflict to come to an end is Mr. Putin needs to make a decision to end this conflict. He's the person that started it. It was unjustified, and of course, it'll be his decision to de-escalate and then go back to the negotiating table. And we really all would like to see that happen.
Okay, the last question today, mindful of our time, goes to Uwe Driesen from TV2 Denmark.
Thanks. Mr. Secretary, the Russian foreign minister has warned that there's a danger of a third world war, and there's a real danger of nuclear weapons being used in the present situation. Are you not afraid that the conflict will somehow spin out of control and we will have this nuclear confrontation?
Well, we certainly will do everything within our power and Ukraine will have the same approach to everything within their power to make sure it doesn't spin out of control. International community is focused on that as well. Again, I think any bluster about the use of possibility of use of nuclear weapons is very dangerous and unhelpful. Nobody wants to see a nuclear war. Nobody can win it. And as we do things and as we take actions, we're always mindful of making sure that we have the right balance and that we're taking the right approach. So there's always a possibility that a number of things can happen, but again, I think it's unhelpful and dangerous to rattle sabers and speculate about the use of nuclear weapons. Thanks.
Thank you all. That's all the time we have for today's press conference. We really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Ukrainian Parliament for Verkhovna Rada with us. To my immediate left is Mr. Yaroslav Yachurshin, who went to, I'm not going to remember all their programs, but member of the Parliament, the Holos Party, and Galina Vasilchenko, also from Holos, and Mr. Andrei Zhupanin from the Servant of the People Party, and works on energy and gas issues. And there are any English speakers only, right? Because Peter could interpret into English. Do you have any of your piece, or?
We can either all speak Ukrainian and interpret into English as needed.
But I think it's easier to speak English.
If you allow me to ask those who will not understand Ukrainian, could you please raise your hands? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Russian. Same here. Back to Ukraine.
To disclose our resources, we have 8 receivers. So if your number does not exceed 8, you're welcome to listen to English interpretation. Okay?
And vice
so
versa.
8? Yeah, and then you can just speak Ukrainian. Is that?
I think they're prepared to go in English, and that would be better for everyone.
Yeah. Okay, let's go English then.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Fine.
Great.
Thanks for
And
checking.
I'm gonna, Natalka, why don't I turn over to you, you and your facilitator, Sasha Afanasieva, also, who fled horrible, horrific violence in Kiev, and is here with us, kind of one of many here in the United States, not of their own choosing. So Natalka, why don't I turn it over to you and Sasha, because you guys are the pros, and I'm just glad that we could be doing this here at Ukraine House. We know that the ambassador has just been with the secretaries in Ukraine, and she's in transit, and we hope she can make it tonight. She will be invited, and she has every intention to, but we'll see if she makes it or not. She's in transit, so. Natalka, will you, I guess?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
And thank you for having us all and organizing this event, and obviously inviting members of Ukrainian Parliament here, especially after Prime Minister Shmyhal just finished his visit. So, an obvious question, what do you think he will be able to accomplish during this visit? What is your primary goal or your premier goals?
Okay, thank you for your question. Maybe I will start. First of all, I want to say that we are really grateful to all people of the United States of America, to the government, and to also both parties for all assistance, for all aid as humanitarian and both for military aid. It is very, very important for us now, because you know that no one country can win the war if it has not assistance of another countries. And now we are fighting not just for our land, we are defending democracy values, not only of Ukraine, but the whole civilized world. And all this assistance is of great importance. And of course, the most important issue for us now is to get more weapons. It's of great importance, because you understand that Russia has so many weapons that it's difficult for us now. But we are sure that we will win. It is just the question of time, and the question of casualties, and the question of price. So the more sanctions will be imposed on Russian enterprises, on Russian banks, the sooner their economy will decrease, and the sooner our victory is possible. So these two questions, weapons and sanctions, that are crucial questions for us now. We had some meetings today, we will have some meetings tomorrow and the day after tomorrow with members of US Congress, and we are speaking with them, we are telling what is really in fact going on, and especially which weapons we need, which sanctions we need, and we hope that United States of America will take this leadership and will help us to win this war. To tell the truth, the USA took leadership in the Second World War and helped to stop this war, and that's why we are convinced that with your help we will win this war.
Thank you very much for your answer. How about you, gentlemen?
So really the first what we want to achieve here, to show that we are really thankful for aid what we have till now, and if we want to win not only the first period of this war, or better say first period of this active part of war, because war in Ukraine it's not only about after 24 of February, it's about of 2014. So we won first period with help of American society, with help of Western society, with help of Western weapon and humanitarian aid, but still we must win in this war together to save Western values, to show that democracy is working, that freedom of speech, that free election, it's necessary to development. Because in Ukraine now fighting two type of society, totalitarian, with genocide, what we see in Bucha, Irpin, Hostomel, what happened now in Mariupol, or free democracy society where you can be, you have possibility to be others and you will be respected. Yes, we can show the list of our needs, but the main needs what we really need, it's show that world is together, but world together not only in speeches, but in fighting. And yesterday we see the leaders of free world, the leaders of America and Ukraine. Week ago we have visitors from European Union, and it's for our society even sometimes more necessary when humanitarian aid. Why? Because it shows that we are not alone, that democracy in post-Soviet region have friends, and Ukraine, as the most brave country now, have future in the Western world, in Western society. Yes, we have list of weapons what we need, and we can tell more about humanitarian aids what we need, and what we show now for all the world, Ukraine are united. We don't have opposition, we don't have political discussion. Now we're all together, and not only for Ukraine, for freedom in all the world.
Well, this is my first time since the war began when I left Ukraine. And I have a few reasons why I did it, why I agreed to the offer to come to the United States of America. First of all, I believe that Ukraine should remain on the world's... Shall I use mic?
Yeah, it's much better.
Sorry. Okay. So, yes, first of all, I believe that Ukraine should remain on the world's agenda. And I'm helping in my hometown with the humanitarian aid. So we launched a warehouse that have already received 700 tons of humanitarian aid from the countries that are neighbors to this region, where the hometown is located. This is Romania, Slovakia, Hungary, and several other countries. And I see the decrease in the level of humanitarian aid. So if we compare to the first weeks of the supplies. And I got an idea that Europeans are, becoming bored because of this war. So they're getting tired. They want to come back to their normal lives. They want to plan their vacation. They want to save money. They don't want to see all those pictures, Bucha being in their TVs. And in order to prevent that, I think that these meetings and visits of officials, Ukrainian officials to European countries and the United States of America are important. So that was one reason. Second reason was to find new ways and new options for the new supplies, maybe for raising money, because I have actually raised $500,000 so far, and we spent that on buying nitrogen equipment, on buying bodyguard vests, SUVs, then vans, some pickups for the army, and we're also buying humanitarian if you need help, because we are small, but we are pretty famous. The Wall Street Journal made an article about us. So, although again small, but we don't have any bureaucratic procedures. So we have very straightforward rules, and we are effective in supply of humanitarian aid to the points of Ukraine where they are really needed. And finally, the last maybe aim of my visit here was my movie that I actually produced, and I had an idea to make a movie about the warehouse in order to show people what we are doing, what we have done so far, by showing how destinies and fates of people who work on my warehouse, how they connect there. And it was released just 2 hours ago. It has English subtitles. And there you can also find in the description to this video, you can find our website, you can switch to the website, you can read about us, what we are doing, how we are helping, and I think it's also important to promote this side of what I'm doing there in Ukraine. So if you type my name and surname, which is written over here in YouTube, you will find my YouTube channel, and then you can maybe later tonight you can watch this movie. Now it'll be interesting in your comments because it's my very first work as a producer.
Thank you. Would you mind if I ask one very brief question, like just to follow up? Because we were mentioning weapons, and that there is a lot of need in that weapon to be delivered to Ukraine. So Secretary Blinken today testified in Senate Foreign Affairs Committee, and he was saying that he and his NATO colleagues in NATO and partners in Kyiv, they're all aligned about changing needs of Ukrainian military forces and what exactly Ukraine needs right now. And he provided special statistics about the number of anti-tank and anti-aircraft equipment. So what exactly do you need? Could you be please more specific?
Yes.
You could.
This is really very, very important question. Thank you very much for it. First of all, we need fighter jets. We need combat airplanes and helicopters. Of course, we very much need tanks, different tanks to defend ourselves. And a very of great need ammunition. You understand how huge amount we use every day. And by the way, we spent $400-500 million for which text мільйонів щодня, for 500 million, yes, for $500 million every day cost for us this war. You understand how huge money for Ukraine it is. So taking into account all this, you can be
convinced.
You can be convinced that we are really interested to win this war as soon as possible, and to become this victory closer for us, to make it in the nearest future. We need all this heavy weapon to defend ourselves. We did not start this war, but we want to stop it as soon as possible.
I'll totally give the floor to others. I don't want to monopolize this.
There are a few other representatives of the press here.
Actually, we're done with the press questions. If anyone in the audience has anything else to ask our guests, this is a good time to listen.
any questions. I should mention that we have some people who have been very involved in Ukraine. Of course, former Deputy Assistant Secretary Candace here.
While you are thinking, maybe I will add some more.
Yeah.
Do you hear me?
Sure.
Yeah. It is also very important for us to get air defense systems. That air defense systems really help us to protect our children. A lot of cities are now seized, occupied, and a huge amount of women with children are hiding somewhere in bomb shelters. And to defend air is really very, very important. You understand what I mean?
And I actually thought, but in the United States before the war, we heard a lot about, anti-corruption being, when there was Ukraine fatigue setting in the Congress, some reason to criticize Ukraine. Now there's maybe European fatigue with the war. Are you concerned about Europe getting tired of supporting during this horrific war? That there's some lagging interest or lagging support? Are you happy with the support you're getting from all of the NATO countries and the European Union? Are you satisfied, or do you think it's getting less over time?
I maybe said about corruption. Now we pay for fighting with corruption because our Western colleagues and partners said that Ukrainian corruption is one of the biggest problem. Yes, it's true. But now we see that the most corruption country in the world, maybe China, but Russia, one of the most, and they try to punish us for fighting with corruption. And yes, we're using Russia corruption. When you want to postpone something from a ruble, for example, you can pay easily to Russian soldiers, and maybe you will have this possibility. But still, Ukraine done a lot in fighting with corruption, and we began to show real results. It's made more difficult to Russia, said that on post-Soviet region, any big country couldn't live without authoritarian approach, with using of democracy. Because of that, we need Western help, not only with weapon, but on a level of draft of law and law. First of all, we need that Russia must be claimed as a terroristic country with all responsibility of that. Because it's state terrorism, then without any logical explanation, one country attack other country, and do that not less than 8 years, day by day. Second, what we need to claim what happened in Bucha, Hostomel, Warsaw, Mariupol, Chernihiv as a genocide, because Russia shelling and killing not military guys, not our soldiers, but civilians, raping, shelling, killing with night. And it's a disaster. And it's happened in 29th century, when we all really believe that after Second World War it's not happened in general. And we couldn't say that it's like military crime. It's not a military crime. It's not a crime of army. It's genocide, because majority who was killed in Ukraine is civilians who not fight with Russian soldiers. And sanction. Now we have a lot Russia yacht, Russia buildings, Russia money, dirty money in Europe and in Western country. And we can talk a long period of time how we return this money to Ukraine. But Russia must pay. Not Western country must pay for this crime. Not Ukrainian citizen must pay for this crime. Russia must pay. Yes, we need help to rebuild our country after the war. And today we talk with congressmen, representatives, and senators whom we're meeting and with whom we will meeting. We're talking about future, about rebuilding totally destroyed cities. And yes, for example, USA urbanists have this experience after tornado or after other disaster to rebuild from shelling. And we need that, but we will need it in future. We can talk about that, we can plan about that. Today what we need on a law level is Russia country, terrorist country, Russia soldiers and Russia leaders really do genocide of Ukrainian citizen, and Russia must pay.
Yes, and with respect to your question, whether we feel satisfied with the help that we are receiving, well, first of all, except maybe for Budapest memorandum, any country agreed beforehand that they will help Ukraine, so there are no obligations to help Ukraine, yes. So we are thankful for everyone who has given us weapons, who is helping us financially. From our perspective, we would say towards about help, not enough, because we would like to have it more, we would like to have it faster. That's true. On the other hand, we are happy we are still having that, and I personally don't think that we would, fight so much time already for 2 months without that level of help. Even the fact that, as the press are now saying, that we were warned about Russia's operation, that they will be coming to Hostomel, they would be trying to seize the airport, so we were ready for that. And that helps to the Western intelligence. However, there was a question whether we are satisfied with the level of supply of weapon, whether we have a list of weapons that we need. Weapon is one thing, but another thing is also to stop Russia, from producing more weapon in their home, from buying weapon from abroad. And how we can do that? We can do that by putting sanctions on Russia, and for instance, by stopping Europe from buying Russian oil and gas. Because maybe you have seen a picture that for the last 2 months, Ukraine got like $4 billion of aid from Western countries, but during the same time, Russia got $30 billion for sold oil and gas. So it's just ridiculous when you actually finance Russian army, because they use that money to buy. They are buying equipment and weapon in Iran actually right now. So that's also important for us. Not only weapon to us to protect ourselves, that's good, but also to stop Russia from buying new weapon and put as much pressure on the Russian financial system as we can. We are, I think, doing a good, and the world is generally doing a good job in that direction. But again, more than 300 Western companies decided to work in Russia. So that's also ridiculous, because they are saying that, well, we want to help ordinary people. So we want to help some ordinary Russians to get some food because they will be starving. But 80% of Russians, they support Putin. Right after the war started, maybe 2-3 weeks after the war, there was a poll in Russia whether they support Putin's actions, and they answered yes. So that's just doesn't fit my mind how it can be that you are saying that you are Western, from the Western world, you are for the Western values, you have all those list of politics in your Western companies, that you're so nice, agile, and etc., and then you work in a country that actually just goes and kill ordinary citizens, kids, mothers with kids, and that's just horrible.
I have Oksana Sukina from the U.S. Ukraine Foundation.
Yes, the question is what will happen tomorrow in Kherson, and what are the next steps, and what does the government think about possible next steps after this referendum, or any other, will it happen first, do you think, or what will happen next?
It's not a referendum, and we even don't have the possibility to name it referendum. It will be like a game to show only for Russian society that in Ukraine, in the occupied part of Ukraine, somebody have a good feeling to Russia, but it's not true. As we know, in Kherson, majority of people, day by day, are taking part in streets activity to show that Kherson are still Ukraine. And they all that they need is Ukraine sovereignty. Even when Russian soldiers shooting them, they still are using Ukrainians flags and still fighting for Ukraine. Because of that, it will be like Crimea, not referendum, but something like that. Semi-referendum or quasi-referendum. It's a better thing. Our government's first plan is to be prepared to reoccupy this territory and first of all save these people, Ukrainian people, as soon as we can. For that, we need the weapon. We have enough men. We don't need our American colleagues or European colleagues who will fighting for us. We ready. We have many people who want to fight, but they don't have enough weapon to deoccupy Mariupol, to deoccupy Kherson. We have a plan, and now on the level of presidential office, create special groups to prepare to rebuild all this territory, because not less than 30% of our infrastructure destroyed, not exist anymore. Yes, 30%. So Russia will pretend, will try to show the world what somebody wants to have a good feeling to Russia, but it's not true.
You think people will protest?
Yes. Yeah. What we knew, we have many contacts there, and people said that they did not take part in this quasi-referendum, and even try to stop other whom Russia take Russians or Ukrainians from on a bus and postpone to Kherson to show that somebody take part in this quasi-referendum. But no one or only some people will take part, and it will be like just
well, I would say that again we can't control what is happening on the occupied territories, so it's impossible to influence the situation there right now. But both we and the world should have an answer for that. So first, Ukraine should, and we will never recognize anything which is done by the occupiers on the occupied territories. That's first, and the world should also not recognize that. Secondly, I think there will be criminal cases against all people who will be in charge and involved in that. That's also would be our response. And thirdly, this is again a good sign for the Western countries that Ukraine needs help, because Putin needs to show to his voters something before the 9th of May. So 9th of May is a victory day in Russia. They are celebrating that heavily, and he wants to show some sort of success. Well, we understand that this is very like funny success actually, because you say you have like second largest army in the world, but that's not the case actually. So it's a funny success for him, but again he will sell to his voters this as a big victory. And for the world it should mean that he is insane, that everyone knows, yes, but more financial pressure, more sanctions, more help to Ukraine, both financial and military help, because when we are talking to our soldiers and our army officials, they're saying that we need one equipment to defend ourselves, that's one sort of equipment, but we need another sort of equipment to fight back the cities that are now occupied. So these are two different kinds of weapon that we need. And we were provided with the equipment to defend ourselves. These are even javelins, they are for fights within the cities when you can actually defend. But now we need more weapons to be able to fight back and to take back our territories actually. I don't think they will just, if they're going so far, I don't see a scenario when they say, okay, we were wrong, so here you have the Kherson back, here we have Mariupol back, and here we have Donbass region back. I don't believe that could happen because they cannot explain all the losses they have incurred so far if they do that, So the only way is to fight back.
We had one more from Zach Muterko, who's doing some stringer work for the Ukraine Weekly and other journalists. And they are Fulbrighting Kiev for a new while. So Zach, what do you have?
Kind of going off of those points, what do you all, as members of parliament, see as the fastest or ideal way to force a Russian defeat? Is it militarily? Is it mass unrest in Russia? Is it removal of Russian leadership? What do you all see as the ideal way to resolve this?
If I can answer, I don't, unfortunately, I don't see the fastest way. Unfortunately, I would like to see that, but I can't see that because I don't see any processes in Russian society that would, give me some idea that they can change the power there. They are actually, financially, they are quite strong. So even now, after some of their assets were frozen by Western countries, they have $300 billion in their reserves in gold and some other metals, also stored in China, So they are financially they are quite strong. This year, it seems that, again, financially they are saying that this year Russia will get the highest income for selling gas and oil if you compare to all other years before. So again, financially they are strong. They have a lot of people. So we are a country of 40 million people, while they are a country of 140 million people. So they are bigger than us, 3 times. So everything says that there is a very fast way to end it. But every day, I believe that every day plays for Ukraine. Every day give us more friends. Every day give us more sanctions toward Russia. Puts more pressure on Russian financial system. And in my view, the only way to deal with that is first to fight with them on the field, yes, and secondly to make everything that we can make to actually stop, financing them. So I think that maybe in 1 year, 2 years time, they will end their resources, hopefully, and then when maybe at that point of time some internal domestic process may start in the country, because when there is a high unemployment in the country, whereas people don't have money to buy some food, they will be started thinking who is actually in charge of that, and that's a very direct response to that question. So maybe that could be the case. But again, I don't see the fastest way to end it.
I will add some words. Of course, the best way it would be peace talks, yes. But you know that to speak with Russia, it's really very, very difficult because they are always lying. They are speaking and about one thing, they are telling one thing, and they are making absolutely another things. For instance, when we are we are talking with them about these humanitarian corridors, when we are trying to take somehow for people from Mariupol or other occupied or seized cities. We are sending buses, cars for these people. They are trying to get out from there, and Russian soldiers just are shelling them. They are shelling on women, they shelling children, and they forced a lot of people to go to Russia. As far, it is very difficult to count the exact amount of people, but as far as we know, at least 500,000 people were forcibly displaced to Russia. And that's why we understand that Russia understands only the voice of power. And that is why all assistance from democratic countries is of huge importance. Every day when we have new and new friends in this war, new and new supporters, it is easier for us to come to the next stage of this war.
Really, we don't have a fast decision problem, because we must remember that this will happen. This will start 8 years ago, and can be not less than 8 years further. If Russia will be so strong as it's strong now. But Russia conflicts start not in Ukraine. Transnistria, Caucasus, many other countries, Syria. So we see terroristic country, and we don't see equal response of civil world. Only active position of Western world can make this term shorten. But as we see, many Western leaders very slowly understanding this problem. They try to speak with terrorists. They try to speak with Putin. Even my team analyzed how many honorable, medal order.
Yeah, award.
How many honorable awards from Western country and Western institution have Putin, Shoigu, and other. So it's like pretending, as we have previously with Hitler, who was a person of year 3 times for the Times journal. We pretend live in peace when we really living in war, and we understand which country, not only Russia, support terrorists. We need a new system of international affairs. We need to rebuild United Nations, and so big country and so influential country as USA must be a leader of this process. After that, we can discuss about short and quick decision. Till that, not less than half a year we will have an active period of war, and after that, years and years, Russia still will be a terroristic country. If only one decision, after every war, when Russia loses, they try to find some democratic ways. First World War, Second World War, not. Why? Because Stalin was a part of winners. So really, we need more tough negotiation, even not negotiation, tough fighting with country, terroristic country.
I think the world has been awed by the resilience of the Ukraine people and your president. One of the best lines today that we heard was, everyone thought Russia was the second strongest army in the world, but now they're the second strongest army only in Ukraine. That was a great line. I have a feeling some of our folks, unfortunately, haven't been able to get to Ukraine for many months, and probably are desiring the famous Ukrainian table. And there's one of the famous, this kitchen here at the Ukraine House and the Ukraine Embassy provides wonderful food. So I think people are probably getting a combination of hungry and angry, and so I think we should head over to eat a little bit, unless there's any other burning questions, and we have time for our delegates to say one last word, or and it's a great honor to be hosting you.
For us, it's very, very good possibility to set again things for USA, because yes, we won first period of war only due to terroristic approach of our people and help from the West. Because without this help, we will not any possibility to show that Russia gets secondary biggest army, but only in Ukraine. And secondly, I want to say thanks for open world, for our program of US, different US government agency. Thanks to both party politicians who visit Ukraine, because it's very necessary for us to see that we are not alone in this war. And we won. We will win. It's a question of time and sacrifices of Ukrainian citizens. But we see friends and we see the path to the victory. Victory not only of Ukraine, but Western values, democratic, and our type of living. We finished discussion in Ukraine, which part of what Ukraine is. We still have this discussion before war. Even still have this discussion before last active part of this war. Thus, we post-Soviet, with corruption, with manipulation of information and so on. But this war clearly shows that Ukraine are democratic, Western values country, and because of that, we win with your help.
I want to say, let's make it together. We can do it together. We can win this war together. Of course, only with the help of the United States of America and help of all civilized world, of all democratic countries, we can win this war. And this is our chance of all civilized world to protect values of democracy. Because this war is not because of the land, it is because of the values of democracy. And I will repeat one more because I'm convinced in that in this report, the United States of America played really a very huge role in the Second World War. It helped to stop this terrible war. And also now the US can take leadership in this process and help Ukraine to win this war. And of course, thank you once more. Thank you to all people of the US for all the assistance that you provide, but unfortunately it's not enough. We need more weapons, we need more financial support, and especially more sanctions on all Russian banks and different enterprises. Thank you.
Well, I already said a lot, so it's now time to have some snacks, and thank you very much.
Jane, everyone.
I talk very loud. I don't think I need this. I want to give a shout out to Voice of America for an extraordinary opportunity that we have to hear your voices and the effort you make to give us a knowledge-based democracy. And hearing them talk about that democracy in the same way is very touching for me. And I appreciate all that you've done to make this possible, and your courage to come here is very meaningful too. So thank you for being here and talking with all of us tonight. Let's see.
I think a good way to end the session is with a Slavo claim.
father and the father of Tyree Sampson, the 14-year-old child who was killed right behind us at the Icon Amusement Park. We are very honored to be joined by one of our great state leaders who hails here from Orlando, Florida. In fact, this is her district, and she's exhibited such great leadership throughout this entire tragedy. State Representative Geraldine Thompson, and it was very heartening when Mr. Sampson met Representative Thompson, how he thanked her for making sure they did not sweep this matter under the rug because his son's life matters. And we thank you again publicly, State Representative Thompson. Attorney Hilliard and I, along with Attorney Haggard, we filed a civil wrongful death lawsuit on behalf of the parents of Tyree Sampson. And we filed that lawsuit because we wanted it to be on the record that the reason Tyree Sampson, this 14-year-old child, was killed is because these corporations put profit over safety. And when you put profit over safety, it is foreseeable that harm can come to innocent people, innocent children, like Mr. Yarnell Sampson's only child, his only child. And that's why this is so very emotional for him this afternoon. Attorney Natalie Jackson and I were talking about this matter, and it was just logical to us, Attorney Christmas. If you're going to advertise for children to come to your amusement park, then you have an obligation to protect children. I mean, it's not a complicated dynamic. You have a duty and a responsibility to make sure the children who visit your amusement park that you solicit are safe. Now, my learned co-counsel, Attorney Hilliard, is going to talk to you in a few minutes about some of the technical aspects of the lawsuit, the multi-million-dollar lawsuit, because we believe our children are just as valuable as anybody else's children. And Attorney Hilliard is going to talk about some of those technical things, Representative Thompson, that you and Commissioner Freed and the state investigator discovered that was part of the reason why this broken-hearted father is grieving his son's absence today. But you all, it doesn't take all these experts and all these studies and all these reviews to tell us that when your child comes to an amusement park, they are not supposed to fall out of the ride over 100 feet and crash to the earth to their death. That is not supposed to happen. And they can say what they want to say. There is no excuse. There is no way to justify this, Attorney Hilliard. I mean, you cut corners to save pennies, and it costs people their lives. And that is not acceptable. Mr. Sampson was very clear from the first day I met him and talked to him. He knew that his son was gone and that he didn't have a voice anymore. So it was up to him and their family to give the world the legacy for Tyree Sampson. And that's what this lawsuit is about. It is about the legacy of Tyree Sampson and making sure that we can get change, positive change, where no other family will have to suffer such a senseless, unnecessary loss, an unjustifiable loss. I mean, you look at that ride, over 400 feet. There is no way you shouldn't take every safety precaution, every precaution. I mean, you got children, innocent children, trusting you, trusting the corporations, trusting the manufacturers to do everything to make sure that these children are safe. And these defendants named in this lawsuit, Slingshot, Icon Park, Funtime, and all the others, not only did you fail to follow the safety rules, but you failed our children. And that we can never, ever forgive you for. Because you're going to hear from Mr. Sampson after Attorney Hilliard. And he's going to talk to you about how special his child was and why he had to come here. And how there's a hole in his heart about this wonderful little boy being taken from this earth far too soon. And so we filed this lawsuit because we not only want to get justice and accountability for Tyree Sampson's family, but we want change. We want change here in Orlando all the way to the State House that will impact not just the ground zero for amusement park here in Orlando, but will impact the world, where we don't want to see this happen anywhere, where you have to bury your 14-year-old child after seeing the most horrific video that you will ever see. As I said before, other than the horrific torture video of George Floyd, it is one of the most horrific videos ever captured on cell phone video. And that's why we're going to continue to fight, because Tyree did not deserve to be killed that way. At this time, Attorney Bob Hilliard, a great trial lawyer in Texas and one of the best in America, is going to address you. And then I will introduce you to State Representative Thompson to tell you about some proposed legislation that her and leaders of the state caucus are putting forward in Tyree Sampson's name. And then I will introduce you to his father. Attorney Hilliard.
Good afternoon. My name is Bob Hilliard, and we've come today with Yarnell to honor Tyree's memory. And as Ben said, the lawsuit was filed yesterday. I have a few remarks the rush while being safe. We would never let our kids on a ride that actually put their lives in danger. The scarier the ride, the bigger the draw. The bigger the draw, the more money they make, which is fine. But in return, we have a high expectation that the most precious thing we have, our children, which we're letting ride these rides, will get off that ride, will go home with us that night. No one would allow their child to actually ride a life-threatening, dangerous ride. There's broken trust around the country when you watch this video. The mid-fall moments of Tyree stopped all of us, every single one of us, every parent that has seen it. Every one of the millions of parents who have viewed the accident video thought three things and thought them immediately. Every one of you who are parents thought them too. First, it took our collective breath away. Couldn't believe what we saw. Second, but for the grace of God, that was my daughter or my son. Everyone thought that as well, because it could very well have been. And finally, regardless of the reason, every parent says, my child is never getting on a ride like that, ever. No amount of promises from these defendants can mend the trust that was broken and that this man feels. You know, they say that the loss of a child is like a water spigot being turned on full and then the handle being broke off, and instead of water, it's pain that flows out forever. And that's true. That's true for this man who changed his life when this boy was born in order to be part of his life, and who was proud of the man this boy was becoming, and this boy was proud of his dad. We hope that the golden age of rides that stimulate danger and attract our children comes to an end. The only hope now for Darnell, for Tyree's mom, is that the myth that these rides are safe and they just appear to be dangerous died that night with poor Tyree when he hit that concrete. That everyone now sees that this ride, the ride behind you, if that Ferris wheel broke in two with people on top, with children on top, we now learn that their safety measures don't exist that we trusted in. So the lawsuit has been filed. The litigation will proceed, and during the trial of this case, if this ride is still up, we're going to ask the judge to allow the jury to come and do a jury view, because you just do not appreciate it until you stand here and look up at how high that is. And even now, anyone that looks up there just can't believe it. People that walk by shake their head at how high that is. You would think that NASA's best engineers would have designed this if they're strapping our children in it and dropping them at 4 Gs, which is a G more than the shuttle astronaut experience. So Yarnell is heartbroken in his behalf. We funnel that heartbreak into righteous indignation and anger at what happened. And we're going to represent him and his interests, and we're going to make sure that every single defendant that caused this will be brought to justice. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Attorney Hilliard.
overseeing rides like this rests with the state of Florida and is assigned to the Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services that inspected this ride in December, gave a permit so that the ride could open in January, and had planned another inspection for June. In the interim, someone who disregarded the manufacturer's guidelines altered and adjusted the harness that came across the body that was supposed to keep Tyree and other young people safe. And we want to know how that happened. I'm looking at the law to require more frequent inspections, more than just every 6 months. I'm looking at the law to focus on training. You shouldn't have people who were hired yesterday operate these rides today. So training is going to be very important. I'm looking at the law to make sure that any time there's any adjustment on an amusement ride, that the state is notified, and that then leads to another inspection. We require that today of rides that are temporary. And if those rides are disassembled and reassembled someplace else, it requires an inspection. And there's no reason why that should not be the case with this permanent ride. You know, there's an African proverb that asks the question, how are the children? And in Africa, they measure the health of their community, of their society, by the health of the children. And the response that they're looking for is all the children are well. In this case, Tyree was not well. Tyree is not here today because of some things that happened. We want to get all of the questions answered, as many as we can, and then we're going to write and introduce the Tyree Sampson bill in the Florida legislature to honor this young man so that his life will have meaning going forward for the protection, for the wealth, for the health, for the safety of other young people. So we appreciate you being here today. The pain that you see in Mr. Sampson's eyes, that you will hear in his voice, should not be what parents experience when they entrust the lives of their children in terms of these kinds of rights. And so we want to send that message forward and want to have you help amplify the fact that there will be the Tyree Sampson bill to make sure that all the children are well.
Thank you so much, Senator Geraldine Thompson, for your leadership and the proposed legislation in Tyree Sampson's name. This is gut-wrenching. Very, very, very emotional. Very raw. But Tyree Sampson's father, Yarnell Sampson, is now going to address you and talk to you about his son, his feelings, and the fight for Tyree's legacy. Attorney Hilliard and Christmas and Thompson, Jackson, all of us, you know, this is our job, this is what we do. He didn't sign up for this. So he's going to do the best he can in trying to talk about something no parent ever wants to have to talk about. But he understands it's about accountability and justice and legacy for his child. Tyree Sampson's father, Mr. Yarnell Sampson.
How everybody doing today? Thank y'all for coming out. Thank you, Senator, for help passing the bill. Thank you, Mr. Trump, for representing me. son's mother and the kid died for helping me raise our child together, Tyree Sampson. My name is Yarnell Sampson. I am Tyree Sampson's father. The reason I'm here is to get some understanding and get a few answers. Also, to pay my respect for my son. It's the first time I've been here. Everybody knows the funeral was last week. It's the first time I've seen my son physically. I'm going to just say how I found out was through the internet. It went viral at that point. We're getting off work, and Miss Wendy Wooten asked me could I have a seat, and she wanted to show me something. And I seen the video. I was kind of sickened when I first seen it, but I didn't even know it was my child. When I found out it was my child, it took the breath out of me. It took some life out of me as well. It made me numb and helpless because I wasn't there to protect my son. But I'm here now to talk up for my son because I'm speaking up for the voice. If I don't speak up for this young man, this thing will just be swept under the rug, and it'll be another young man going through the same situation, and we have the same press conference 5 years down the road. This should be the last press conference talking about my son, unless we try to help make change. Now, if we try to help make change, let's push this needle towards the direction it needs to go. For each and every one of us will have to have this platform up here to talk about me burying my son. In the dictionary, they don't have nothing to describe a father or parent or mother burying their child. There's no word to describe it. So what I'm feeling right now is sickening. It's days I can't get out the bed, make myself eat, make myself drink. Imagine you lose an honor roll student, 14-year-old child that was a straight A student, went to school, did everything you told him to do, and had no problems doing it. What would you do in this situation to lose your child? There's two ways I could go. I could go to depression and hide and let this just fall away, or I could stand up and do the right thing. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna speak up for my son because he was a warrior. He was a young man. He was intelligent, intellectual, and forget the part about him being a 5-star athlete, left tackle, prime position. We ain't gonna talk about that part. We'll talk about the 4.0 intellectual that he could have been. He could have been a doctor, a lawyer, a scholar, an astronaut. The reason why I say astronaut, there's not a lot of black astronauts. So, well, we already had a black president. So, but the point I'm trying to say is sky's the limit if you got potential. Yeah. But he had a lot of potential. If you ask anybody who knows Tyree, he touched your life some kind of way. I'm quite sure when he was here, the little time he was here, he was touching people around him. Because that's how his energy was. He had good synergy. He was raised by 2 good parents that really loved their child. They believed in the morals and the values of doing right by others, and right will be followed by you. Or as you do good by others, God gonna lead you toward the right direction you need to go for the right prospect to find favor. Favor is blessing. That's what favor is, blessing. Every day you wake up in the morning, it's a blessing. So I just appreciate y'all taking the time out. But I'm gonna say one thing. I appreciate everybody that came out here and showed my son support. It took me a month later to get here. Unfortunately, it takes a little time to get strength to do something like this. It's not an easy process. It's not an easy thing to do. Speaking to strangers, all these cameras, it's not a natural thing. But I appreciate y'all showing up to help me spread the message. The narrative is Tyree, justice for Tyree.
Justice for Tyree.
That's the narrative. There's no money involved gonna change this situation. We can talk about all this, we can talk about all that. If the change don't happen with this young lady with the bill, then this same situation gonna happen down the road. It might not be in Orlando, could be in California. Like, it's stopping. It's senseless that a child got to lose their life trying to have fun. Plain and simple. I just want to thank my son's mother for being strong. She had a press conference as well. We're going to do this together as a family. We're going to get through this, and we both want change for our child.
Amen.
accountability for their actions. You know, it shouldn't be profit over safety.
Exactly.
It should be safety over profit.
Exactly.
Um, to be honest with you, everybody know why I'm here. I'm here to mourn, to get my peace, and me to get our official prayer for my son where he officially died. I'm not here for the publicity. This is not going to make my life better. Actually, it's made my life worse. I appreciate Mr. Trump for being a real man. He's been very supportive, not only as a lawyer, just as a man, period. I appreciate that. Y'all see, this is my support system. It's small because when you're going through trauma, it's very hard to describe it, and it's hard to explain it. So I'm in my moments right now, and I don't know. Every second I'm trying to make it better by just trying to live. Just give myself breath, the energy, and a chance to live because I have to be here for my son because I'm my son's protector and I'm my son's provider. And it's my job to be his voice because he can't speak no longer. So that's why I'm here. Thank you.
We'll take some of your. Okay, we'll try to take some of your questions. This obviously is very emotional for Mr. Sampson.
I've got a question for you. Yesterday, the attorneys for this ride released a statement basically saying that they followed all protocols, procedures, safety measures provided by the manufacturer of the ride and that they were all followed. What is your reaction to that?
And I'm going to have Attorney Hilliard also answer that question. But to me, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to know that a child that you advertised and solicited to get on your ride is supposed to fall out of the seat to his death. They can say anything they want to say, but there is no excuse. Is the manufacturer partly responsible? We believe so. Absolutely. Does that absolve the operator's culpability? We think not. We think that, as Attorney Hilliard has said, this was a cascade of gross negligence on multiple parties' parts. That's why we have multiple defendants.
I'll address that question directly. That's a false statement. We've been collecting evidence, interviewing witnesses, and we have more evidence and witnesses than have been disclosed yet, but they will be disclosed inside this litigation. And I promise you that when those witnesses come forward, including the other two riders of this exact seat, immediately before work order to see the supervisor who signed that work order, to ask him under whose authority did you do that, and then present it to the manufacturer and get them to comment on them doing that. We can't say for sure, but I can tell you that that answer is knowable, and it will be found out through sworn depositions of those who were responsible for adjusting the seat. For example, we don't know how far up the approval went for the adjustment of the seat. I promise you it wasn't the minimum wage teenage operator that was just there to earn a few bucks during spring break. It probably wasn't his manager or supervisor. It was someone that was in a position of authority that decided there's enough larger customers to where they could make more money if they allowed them a special seat without any safety protocol.
I'll say one thing to that. I'll say one thing to that. They know who their employees are at these amusement park rides. Why did the manufacturer even make it possible for children to adjust rides? I mean, you have to ask yourself those questions because it was foreseeable. If you allow that a young person will make an irrational decision. Or is that what you wanted them to do? Because it still goes back to profit. Whoever comes, if they gonna pay, we gonna let them ride. We don't care about whether they're gonna be able to come down safely or not. All we care about is the profit. And that is what Mr. Sampson was saying. We can't allow profit over safety because you end up with him going to a graveyard crying about his 14-year-old son who was killed in the most horrible way you can imagine. And it goes to what Representative Thompson is trying to do with these bills. If anybody moves anything, then you gotta give notice to the state of Florida, the regulators. That's why we have the safety rules, because if you don't follow the safety rules, people die.
Well, the other glaring issue and the elephant in the room that has already been disclosed is the written inquiry to the manufacturer asking if they can put a seatbelt on each one of these seats. And I don't think any expert is going to disagree on either side that a seatbelt as a secondary safety measure could have also saved Tyree's life. All that the manufacturer did was write a letter back saying seatbelts are not necessary on this ride. They didn't explain themselves, but an inquiry was made, and through this litigation, we're going to ask, why did you make that inquiry? What information did you have that made you concerned that maybe the harness wasn't enough to hold people in? So that evidence has already been out in the press. People have seen it, and they'll discover through depositions from the Austrian manufacturer what were they thinking when they said, no, don't put a seatbelt in?
Can we go? When the ride was, when the seat, was adjusted.
So the answer is not a specific date yet, but again, until they are required to give us the information, no.
So the reason I ask is because I noticed that one of the groups of possible defendants raising the lawsuit were state regulators who also had a hand in inspecting and permitting this ride. Did you find that the seat was adjusted prior to their inspection, and maybe it's able to be held accountable as well?
Well, we plan on holding any and everybody accountable who has something to do with this child's tragic death. So what Attorney Bob Hilliard, Attorney Mike Haggard, Attorney Michael Richardson, and Attorney Gerald Christmas, we're dotting every I and crossing every T, because that is the least we can do for Tyree Sampson. That's the very least we can do, is get the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
In regard to what you asked, what you're saying is, well, they created a dangerous design modification, and the state regulator missed it. That may be true, but the state regulator didn't create it. And you're right; it's their duty to inspect and to cite and to stop. But it existed whether they were there
Mr. Sampson, are you up for asking or answering a question or two? Your first time out here, first of all, what's it like coming out here and seeing the outpouring of support for your son, number one, and number two, to see this on television is one thing, but to see the size of this ride in person that took your son's life, it's.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I couldn't even watch the tape the first time I seen it. It could not have been my son. It could have been somebody else's child. It was still just that. But to find out it was my son and actually see it up close, it's just. I don't know how you want to get on something like this. Like I don't. I like to get on rides. I used to be a thrill seeker, but never nothing like this. I never seen nothing like this in my life. Like this is some scary stuff. Adjusted and playing with seats and all that kind of stuff. If they doing irresponsible things like this, adjusting seats and doing that, then what else they doing other places? Like the ride got to come down, plain and simple. Should no kid get on that ride no more ever again? Then you have to worry about the thought even falling again. The thought in your mind to think about. Each one of y'all got kids on here? Anybody got kids? When you see your kids every time you go home, what you do? You tell them you love them, don't you? You hug them, you tell them they're beautiful, whatever you need to do to motivate them. That's the same thing with my son. I can't tell him that no more. I can't hear him coming in telling some jokes and Daddy, I'm home going to the refrigerator and raiding the refrigerator. My son was 6'5", over 340. Was a growing young man. So I don't have that chance no more to tell him I love him. So if I can stop this right, well not necessarily me, if we can stop this and prevent this to happen to another child by taking these rides down nationwide, or till they get themselves together to do it right, then I'm all for it. That's what I'm here for. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm blessed because I knew my son was that great. You know, if you spend 5 minutes with him, you will come impressed. You gotta think about it. This year 2022, right? How many young men you know these days say yes sir, yes ma'am? This honestly, Greek, you don't even know you say yes sir, yes ma'am. That's the kind of young man he was. He was a gentle giant. You know, you can go from a school teacher interview, always to coaches, to friends, to teammates, and anywhere you come across them, they're gonna say the same thing. Tyree was an awesome young man. They're gonna tell that story over and over again because it was the truth. And to appreciate me coming out here and seeing all the support is actually, this is probably what keeps me not breaking down. I'm sorry. Be honest with you, I never had a choice to sell out no court. Be honest with you. I have not gained nothing financially from this situation at all. I have no GoFunds. I have none of that stuff set up. So I work myself off to pay for where I'm at. Well, I'm not the thrill seeker type person, but me personally, I would like to turn a ride down or take it down. But that's not my decision. I don't make these laws and I don't regulate. But if we could change some things and make it safer for this never happen again, I'm cool with that. But preferably, I'll let the rides come down. Because that's a reminder every time somebody broke down that thing on ride, that I'm looking at my son, visualizing that, falling from that. So I don't know. You tell me what you want.
What was your last conversation with your son? Was he excited to come here for spring break?
To be honest with you, my son normally every spring break spend time with me. But he was excited to come up here because he's the capital of thrill ride. It's what you call amusement capital of the world. So if I was a 14-year-old kid, I'd be excited to come here too. Look around. It's a beautiful place. I mean, unfortunately, I can't remember Disney World with other kids, you know. But I don't want to be here talking to y'all about my son falling off a ride 400 feet in the air. This shouldn't be the conversation. We should be talking about how great can he be in the future. What can he do to help his neighborhood? What can he do to be a better citizen? Could have been an all-pro. I mean, there's a lot of good questions I want my answers. I ain't gonna get them. Because guess what? He's not coming home no time soon. This story, this narrative, this story right here has never been about money. This story right here is about change. It's about no other child should have to die off a ride, off amusement park ride. No other parent should have to bury their child before they get a chance to bury themselves. That ain't supposed to happen in law or physics. That ain't supposed to happen. There's no word to describe it in the dictionary. You let me know. It's none. So at the end of the day end of the day, his legacy gonna live on. As long as I got breath in my body to speak up for him, that's what I'm gonna do. Because I'm his father and I'm his protector. That was my son. They got a lot of excuses about this ride. They ain't said the facts of the truth. What about the truth? A lot of speculation, a lot of stuff. Let's get to the truth. That's why I'm here, for the truth.
Hours later, were the dots connected here?
I think this happened about 6 or 7 or 8 o'clock around the evening time. I didn't find out until like 4:30 in the morning after I got off work. Wendy Wooten had explained it to me. She the one, I guess she knew about it, and she the one told me about the video. That's the first time on my recollection of hearing about it.
So, just to clarify, Yarnell, sorry, when you saw the video, the first time you saw the video, you had been told that it was Tyree?
Yes, well, first she asked me, can I sit down? I walk, just good, you get out work, you're happy, you get out work, you walk in the door like a typical day, you come on in and you see your significant other sitting there crying. And you don't know why she cried. She cried, it's a different cry of you bump your toe and ooh, that pain. Raw emotion cry. Like you lost somebody very quickly. You know, and she felt the same way I felt. So when she told me, she had me sit down and she said, have you seen this video? I said, no, what video are you talking about? And when she showed me, I looked at the video, I'm like, I turned my head instantly. Because I didn't even want to look at it. She was like, you really don't know? I'm like, I know. She's like, it's Tyree. Stop, man, stop kidding. Instantly, I threw up. I'm be honest with you. I threw up. It took the breath out of me. It just, imagine you hearing something like that, or you seeing something like that for the first time on a video, viral video. Everybody in the country know, everybody in the world know, but you. I mean, it's the world we live in, social media. We'll see a neighbor fall down, and we walk right past him and we record it. Instead of pick the neighbor up. See if he's okay. Ask him if he's okay. We lost the passion for life.
Any other questions?
Just a clarifying question about this. Are there, is it two separate lawsuits or it's one, but you guys represented both?
It's one lawsuit. They're co-representatives of the estate, equally representing the estate of Tyree as a result of his damages and their damages for the loss of the son. And copies are available.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I started to ask earlier, what's a reasonable timeline for when answers are really going to be found on this case?
All of the Florida defendants will or have been served in the next few days, and they have 20 days to answer the lawsuit. We filed the lawsuit with discovery, which means they also have to give us documents and answer questions. Once that comes in, we are also in the process of serving the out-of-country defendants, the manufacturer from Austria and the seat manufacturer from Germany. We have to go through a process under rules under the Hague Convention, so it takes longer. We are hopeful that their lawyers will accept service on their behalf instead of making us do that. Discovery will be in our hands in 60 to 90 days. The depositions will start. One fight that we expect we're going to have and that we're going to be very strong about on Yarnell's behalf and on
Thank y'all. Each and every one of y'all got kids. Tell your kids when you go.
Which is March 10th of last year, the date of the incident in San Fernando Court, which you're probably already familiar with, you've seen the video. And then we'll work our way forward and bring you all the way up to the present. And we'll pause along the way. Okay. Okay, March 10th, use of force incident involving the deputy of the San Fernando Court. You already know that. Video viewed by the area lieutenant, by the unit commander, and viewed by County-wide Operations Assistant Sheriff and Court Service Division Chief. And Commander Castellano, who was the one who filed the complaint. We know that happened on March 10th. March 19th, IAB received a notification 9 days later. And this is standard protocol in the use of force investigation. And this use of force was classified as a Category 2. To be Category 3 needs to be use of firearms, deadly weapons, broken bones, hospitalization, those categories. But this is classified as a Category 2. Category 2 incidents really actually never rise past the level of Division Chief, as is per our reporting procedures. So March 24th, 14 days later, 2 weeks later, the use of force package is approved by the lieutenant. Then a day later, use of force package is approved by the captain. Okay? Then, April 13th, the IAB case was open. This is internal affairs. Investigation was open. That's on April 13th. So it doesn't sound much like a cover-up here, as alleged. Okay, then we go. Now here's where there's a big gap in time. From the time it was approved by the captain to the next person up on the chain of command is the commander, there's about a 3-month gap. All right, and that is subject to why did it take that long. Then, from there, July 12th, use of force package approved by Court Service Division Chief, who has since retired. Okay? And then use of force package sent to Discovery Unit. This is a normal chain of events, notwithstanding the delay right here. But this is for all Category 2 uses of force. This is standard procedure for the entire department's operations. Custody, patrol, court services, the entire department. That is how it works. So the last authority in the signature line is the Division Chief. It doesn't go above the Division Chief. It's standard protocol. Now, moving on our timeline, and we've kind of flipped it. We can't keep it going that way. But September 5th, Commander Eli Vera assigned to Court Services Bureau.